Okay. Thank you all very much for being here. Sorry, a couple minutes delayed. I was waiting for Supervisor Anderson, but we don't know where he is, so someone's going to go fetch him. In the meanwhile, we're going to move on to discussion on item 14, modernizing the San Diego County Charter to strengthen transparency, accountability, and independent oversight. I'm going to just begin with a couple opening comments, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll have time for board discussion. So I first just want to just express so much gratitude for the leadership and vision of all the community groups and community leaders who came together to participate in kind of trying to reimagine and rethink how to improve the functioning of San Diego County's government. I really appreciate all of you, and many of you are here in the chamber today. I see you. I appreciate you, so thank you so much for your leadership and your vision and your partnership in this endeavor. As we're all well aware, San Diego County today manages nearly $9 billion in public resources and serves more than 3.3 million residents. Our charter in San Diego County was last meaningfully updated in 1978. When I was born, that's the year I was born. And also apparently the year our vice chair was born. What? So the vice chair and the chair were both born the last time the charter was meaningfully updated. So I think that says something about where we're at. And our population was half its current size. So the core question before us is really, have our systems of accountability and governance kept up with the scale of the institutions that we're running? As many community partners said to me even before I ran for office, it's just challenging for our county and for folks to deal with their county because it's opaque, it's a little bit oftentimes hard to access, and conversations across our county with advocates, labor leaders, faith leaders, business leaders, civic leaders, policy experts can surface a really consistent theme, which is that county government structure has not kept pace with our responsibilities, and it is a really important moment to present to residents and voters some options to strengthen transparency, accountability, and oversight of the county. And this conversation seemed to gain quite a bit of urgency in the last year and a half as we've seen federal withdrawal from programs that counties have historically depended on, which has meant really real trade-offs, and a moment in which there is, I think, increasing concern about the ability of the federal government to act effectively to provide the services we need, and an increased need for our county to step into this moment and to be reliable and be able to respond in a crisis. So today's item is a response to these issues, and it's really an effort to make sure that our government has the tools to evaluate ourselves honestly, make informed decisions, and earn the public's trust. So this is a package of reforms that's, I think, a very moderate proposal that has been developed through a lot of conversation and dialogue with some ideas that were initially on the table that got taken off the table because there was not a lot of support for them. And then ideas that weren't initially considered that through the course of conversations that then got added to the package. I also want to note that in the process, as chair of the county, and speaking with county council, we assessed that if we were going to move forward charter reform to voters in any case, we should take this opportunity to modernize the charter. And I'm going to give county council a little bit of time to talk about what that means. But modernizing the county charter is really not addressing any substantive policy changes whatsoever, but looking through trying to bring county charter language into alignment with state law, deleting duplicative provisions that emerged over time, moving language around so that you don't have multiple sections saying the same thing in ways that are confusing. And we will talk a little bit about that, what that means later. Very importantly, if this proposal passes today, it will not implement any changes It creates the opportunity for voters of San Diego County to review these proposed ideas and ultimately vote for themselves this fall. So how this process will work is we're going to consider these proposals today, and if we're able to come to some agreement about what kind of options we'd like to present to voters, then there will be a second reading. I think that second reading would be May 19th. And once that second reading passes, then it would move forward to the voters to make the decision about whether they wanted to implement these changes or not. So let me just preview some of what I think of as the biggest changes that are currently described. One is the Ethics Commission. Right now, there's no independent ethics oversight of elected officials at the county level. So if a complaint comes forward, there's no structured, transparent body to review this complaint. And this is an issue that good government advocates and community organizations have raised repeatedly. The notion that really there's no way to move forward any kind of ethics complaint against countywide electeds. And we do know we have those mechanisms, for example, at the city of San Diego. So this is a clear gap. The independent budget analyst is another area that is I think, something I think is really important, but certainly emerged from conversations with community leaders, which is about having another set of eyes on the budget. So right now, our CAO team builds builds our budget. And we as a board are responsible for decisions that impact millions of residents and billions of dollars. But there's not a second set of eyes or an independent fiscal check on the budget development process. So our hope would be that this would strengthen our budget development process. I think our CAO does a truly wonderful job, and our fiscal team do a truly wonderful job. They are hardworking and really incredible. So the idea of this independent budget analyst would be to complement that work, to be able to sort of test assumptions, evaluate various alternatives, and give the board members and the public kind of a route to some deeper understanding of budget trade-offs. Ultimately, the budget will be developed as it still is by the CAO and by our fiscal team. But it would be, I think it would be quite helpful, just like the state legislature in Sacramento has the California Legislative Analyst Office, and the city, they have an independent budget office. Congress has a congressional budget office. We don't have anything like that. And that would be very, very helpful, I think, for both the public and the board to just make good decisions about the budget. Another area that I think is worth lifting is the proposal for an independent program auditor. Right now, the way we work is we evaluate ourselves, basically, right? We grade ourselves of how well our programs are doing and whether these programs are working or not working and making an impact. And how they're serving constituents. But that is not best practice, is to like self-evaluate. I will tell you, I have a 6-year-old and she always tells me she's doing great. So better to ask her teacher. So in any case, I think that that's a really important piece of this, is to create just a little bit of separation between the auditing function of program effectiveness and then the program delivery, so that we would be able to more quickly identify what's working and what needs to change. So for example, in 2023, the county set aside $1.5 million in funding for tiny sleeping cabins to address homelessness. But this was not working. We got only one applicant over 3 years for 6 sleeping cabins. Obviously, that's not functioning. So it would be good to know that quickly so we could pivot those resources to programs that do have proven effectiveness, where evaluations are showing that we're really making an impact and making a difference. So I think that having an independent analyst who could help us identify where we're really getting a strong return on our dollars and our investments, and measure results and course correct in real time, as opposed to asking our bureaucracy and our staff to evaluate themselves, would be a huge value add. I also want to talk for a moment about term limits. I think there's a lot in the proposal around term limits. It's really about aligning term limits in San Diego County with term limits in other counties and expanding those term limits to potentially apply to all elected officials. So right now, two things to note. The majority of our county electeds are not subject to term limits. Only the Board of Supervisors is. So all our other countywide electeds, so that's the DA, the sheriff, the treasurer tax collector, the county assessor, recorder clerk, none of them are subject to term limits. So there's a lot of I got a lot of community feedback that they'd like voters to be able to consider whether other elected offices, not only the board, should be subject to term limits, and that's a really important thing that people seem to be interested in. And the second piece of it is to bring San Diego County's policy in alignment around term limits in alignment with really all the other counties. 3 counties in the state of California allow 3 terms, 6 counties don't have any term limits. The state of California, the state legislature has 3 terms. So if you're kind of looking at best practices and the balance between fresh ideas and ensuring you get fresh ideas, but also allowing folks to gain some kind of experience to do the job, we're really not in the best practice category. So this piece has 2 parts, as I mentioned. It's just term limits for everybody, and then aligning the term limit length with other best practices across the state. And I do want to make sure everyone's aware that even if this did pass, to kind of create a framework for term limits for all county electeds, including, as I said, the DA and the sheriff, that would not be impacted or implemented immediately because it would only be half of the process. You would also need state enabling legislation. You would need state law to change to give counties the ability to enact such term limits. So just to be very clear, I think there was a lot of interest in opening up this as a conversation, but we certainly, you can't do that alone. You have to have both. You both have to have a charter, and you would have to have state legislative change. And currently that state legislation has not been enacted. So this would not automatically implement. And I just want to make sure that that's very clear for folks. So we don't get too stuck on something that's sort of only a halfway process. Okay. Then let's see what else. Oh, county. I think there's also a component of here that's really focused on this allowing the board to confirm very senior appointments. So that's to like our most senior positions in the county. It's like the DCAO, the ACAO, sort of our big department leaders that are in charge of hundreds of billions of dollars, or sorry, not hundreds of billions, hundreds of millions of dollars. And these positions would still report to and be appointed by our CAO. But there would be a bit more of a process for the public, the community to weigh in on the front end, just to ensure that the CAO's appointed choices are really in alignment with where the public and where the board wants to be taking implementation. And then if someone's really doing a terrible job, the board could remove them with a 4-vote supermajority. And the reason I think there is so much interest in this is just this core understanding that we can't just say we've done our job if we sit up here and we pass pieces of paper and we vote on a piece of paper and then we say, oh, the policy's been implemented. I mean, but it hasn't. If all we've done is pass a piece of paper and there was a policy made, but we don't have the right leaders who are able to really drive forward an effective agenda, those ideas will just die. And so the implementation at sort of the very highest levels of our county and making sure we have the right team in place is absolutely critical for implementation. And part of ensuring that board policies are implemented effectively is ensuring alignment with the board's vision of what kind of people we need in those roles in order to effectively implement board policy. And I think that's pretty intuitive, right? That you would want to make sure that the public and the board has an opportunity to at least weigh in on the highest levels of appointments. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this after public comment, the specific point around confirmations and removals, because this is, I think, probably of all the pieces being presented, if I was to say the potentially the most important piece of all of this is to kind of create a better mechanism for community involvement, public participation, and really board alignment with the CAO's appointed leadership. And again, those appointed leaders would still be appointed by and work for the CAO, but there would be a process kind of on the front end to ensure alignment, and then on the back end, if things were really off the rails, to correct course. So those are some of the big changes. I also want to note that this effort also included work with county council that was focused on bringing the charter into alignment with how the county actually operates today. So that means making updates to the charter so it's clearer, more usable, and reflective of current governance structures. For example, the charter package removes references to entities that no longer exist. That seemed like a good idea. We should delete references that to entities that no longer exist. For example, the former County Fire Authority, which was dissolved in 2020, 6 years ago, and replaced with the San Diego County Fire Protection District. So we should be talking about a fire protection district instead of a county fire authority. That's kind of an example of the kind of changes we made. And then there's provisions that are better organized elsewhere in the charter. And then we also, I thought it would be useful to clarify, although without making any amendments, of the existing non-interference clause to provide better guidance for everyone, for staff and board members, regarding appropriate collaboration between the board and county staff. So let me just take a moment before we go to public comment. Those are kind of the big picture pieces. I also want to make sure everyone is aware that there's been a couple errata filed. And I can, before I tell you about the errata, why don't I turn it over to Damon to define an errata so everyone knows what that is. Sorry.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The notices of errata that were just referenced by the chair are formal corrections of clerical, typographical, or inadvertent errors that don't necessarily alter the substantive nature or the intent of the original document. And so the main purpose of issuing these is to ensure that the document does accurately reflect the intended content without recreating or rewriting the original submission. And so to that effect, there have been 4 notices of errata that have been filed in connection with this board letter, intended to identify those changes, those non-substantive changes, so that the item can proceed.
Thank you. And let me just go through those errata. And Damon, if I say anything that's not completely clear, if you could chime in to clarify, that would be great. So the first errata was clarifying the formatting in section 501A to reflect an addition, correcting the formatting in section 501C to reflect the existing charter text, and removing annotations and correcting inadvertent strikeouts in section 400.1, 401.2, 600, 700, and 703. I know, that was a lot. Okay, but it was all these, I just want everyone to know this so that we're not making comments on things that aren't even being considered by the board. Errata 2 was to add a standard severability clause that's really best practice. And what that means is that if any portion of this measure was to be found to be unconstitutional or not legal, that the remainder of the ordinance, the remainder of the measure, the remainder of the charter reforms would still stand. They wouldn't all be overturned in court. And that's very standard. We should have had it in the first place. It was an inadvertent oversight. And that's a standard severability clause. Errata 3 was that there had been some initial draft language considered in section 401.2 regarding residency requirements that was not intended to be included in the final proposal because it's redundant to state law, all eligibility requirements for supervisors are set by state law. So there's nothing you can do regardless. So any of the language was just redundant to state law. Okay, errata 4 added a sentence to section 703 to clarify the role of the San Diego County Fire Protection District, because as I mentioned, when we initially were looking for consistency and clarity, a reference to the Fire Protection Authority was deleted and inadvertently omitted to add the sentence regarding the role of the San Diego County Fire Protection District. So again, really small things, but want to make sure we're all having a coherent conversation about the same set of a proposal that's on the table, not proposals that are not on the table. And these are technical in nature and do not alter the policy substance of the proposal. I also want to just note, there's certainly, I'm aware, like I'm on Nextdoor and strange things are said. So for example, I saw a comment that we're voting on pay raises for supervisors. That is not the case. So just, there might be other things floating around that are not true. So in any case, just trying to keep us focused on the facts at hand. Because there are some big changes being proposed here. And it is worth debating them on the merits and saying, hey, do these make sense? And is this the direction we want to go in our county? And I'm really hopeful that we can have a robust discussion here today and really hear from the community about these proposed changes. Do folks think things make sense? Are we going in the right direction? And most importantly, should we give voters the opportunity to decide for themselves, which I think is really the crux of the matter. And I wanted to just take a moment to tee up this conversation so folks are not commenting on things that are non-existent. County Council, Damon, do you think I missed anything that you think needs to just be clarified from a legal or factual perspective before we move forward with public comment?
I don't think at this time, but if there are any things that come up, I'm happy to clarify.
Okay, fantastic. So with that being said, we can go ahead and begin public comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 78 requests to speak on this item, 60 in person, 18 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 288 e-comments, 208 of those in support, 52 in opposition, and 16 neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 14 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. Because there are 10 or more speakers on this item, you will have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the record. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. And again, when I call your name, please come forward and stand on the arrows so we can have you queued up to speak. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Ken Pineda, Mike Odine, and Hector Buenrostro. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Ken Pineda, and I'm here to speak in support of the charter reforms, modernizing the San Diego County Charter. By updating the outdated charter to bring more transparency, accountability, and modern oversight to an $8.6 billion public resources, the reform creates independent watchdogs for ethics, budgeting, and program performances, increases public access to spending data, strengthen accountability, for top leadership, establish a 12-year term limits for all county elected officials consistent with the California state legislature. This approach balances safeguards against entrenchment with need for stability, continuity, and expertise in management or managing a large complex county government. And clean up confusing, outdated charter language. A task force will guide implementation, and all changes are designed for the cost neutral while implementing trust, efficiency, and county government.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Hector Buenrostro, and I'm speaking on item 14. I've worked for the county for nearly 20 years. I've seen how things have changed over time. including when there were no term limits on this board. From that perspective, I believe some form of term limits makes sense. 12 years may not be perfect, but it strikes a reasonable balance between experience and preventing long-term entrenchment. And more importantly, I'm here in support of the transparency and accountability measures in this proposal. At my level, as a county employee, if something goes wrong, especially involving public resources, we are held accountable. That standard should apply at every level of government. The public deserves clear oversight, independent review, and the ability to see how decisions are made and how money is spent. These reforms move us in that direction toward a more open, accountable, and modern government. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers. Parquet Troutman, Noah Yee-Yik, Dino Starbuck Smith. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello. Hello, my name is Park Troutman. I'm with San Diego 350, a climate advocacy organization. We are supportive of this reform package. Climate change is going to require a degree of coordination unprecedented in human history, and one of our main tools for coordinating amongst ourselves and problem solving is government, and government only works if we have confidence in it, and the kinds of transparency measures in this reform package are very important. I worked for the county for 5 years, and I could give anecdotes related to most of these measures on why they're important. Just a really quick one. I recently looked at the budget to try to find my old unit to see where it was, and just so I could just line it up. I could not find it in the budget, even though I knew exactly what I was looking for. So thank you for bringing these forward, and I hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Noah Yik. I'm a resident of District 3 and a researcher with the Center on Policy Initiatives. Our county plays a crucial role in the lives of San Diegans. It helps people stay housed, put food on the table, and access the care and services they need. With a county of over 3 million people and a budget around $8.6 billion, we must constantly ask ourselves, are we serving San Diegans the best we can? Right now, our government is left to answer that question on its own, which leaves communities without real accountability. These reforms change that and are designed to be implemented without new cost to taxpayers, using what we already have more wisely and making our county work better for San Diegans. An independent program auditor ensures we are measuring real impact and whether people's lives are improving. An independent budget analyst ensures decisions are grounded in clear, honest information so resources are spent equitably. Every single public dollar should improve the lives of San Diegans. This package of proposed amendments helps us do that. Please vote yes to put these reforms on the ballot and give San Diegans the power to shape what kind of county we want to live in. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Jasmine Marquez, Ash Plaziak, and Jose Franco Garcia. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Castino Starbuck Smith. I'm a resident of District 2 and a volunteer with the Center on Policy Initiatives. I'm a student at San Diego Met High School. It is my belief that to engage in government, we first need to understand what is going on. But right now, that feels close to impossible. It is incredibly difficult to understand how our county is spending the money and how decisions are being made. When people can't see what happens in our government, they tend to disengage. But this is not because they don't care, it's because that door feels closed to them. I'm asking for you to vote for these reforms with the Independent Ethics Commission and the transparent budget. So please vote on these reforms and pass them.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jasmine Marquez. I'm a resident of District 4, and I am a volunteer with the Center on Policy Initiatives. San Diego County's responsibility is to build a region where all San Diegans can thrive. Our current charter has not kept the pace with the size, complexity, or expectations of the region today, and it's holding us back from delivering the proper support and accountability that San Diegans deserve. The package of proposed amendments ensures that we're taking a step in the right direction. Establishing an independent ethics commission is crucial in ensuring accountability because San Diegans deserve to know that their concerns are not only seen, but heard and fairly. San Diegans deserve to have accessible budget transparency and follow where billions of public dollars are going to know if those investments are making the county that we want to live in. These reforms move us towards a county that is more transparent, more accountable, and more responsive to San Diegans. Please vote yes to put these reforms on the ballot and give San Diegans the power to decide what kind of county we want to live in. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Ash Plasiak, and I am here today on behalf of Crisis House to express strong support for the proposed charter reform package, specifically the creation of an independent budget analyst and a program auditor. San Diego County manages $8.6 billion in public spending, an extraordinary level of responsibility. Yet without independent fiscal analysis, there is no assurance that these funds are consistently directed toward our most urgent community priorities, particularly in areas such as homelessness, housing stability, and critical services for our most vulnerable residents. Under its current structure, we are asking the system to evaluate itself, which can make achieving full accountability very challenging. Meanwhile, our county charter has not been meaningfully updated in decades. It no longer reflects the county government, its size, complexity, or expectations. This reform package is about modernizing our governance so we can better meet today's needs with a greater transparency and accountability.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Rainey Cholag, John Clark, and Cesar Javier. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jose Franco Garcia. I'm the Executive Director at Environmental Health Coalition. We are an environmental justice organization that has worked in San Diego for over 46 years. I say that because it's really important to say is that we've worked here in San Diego for over 46 years, but I got to be quite honest, up until a few years ago, there felt like not a lot of traction could be done on environmental justice, climate justice, air quality work with the county. So we've made progress in recent years, but I think it's also something we can continue to make progress on. We need an independent auditor to be able to really make real reform on climate justice, environmental justice, air quality, and those efforts that community members really and want to hear about and want to do something about. The last thing I'll say is that, you know, some of these issues around environmental justice are new, some of the air quality solutions are new, and we need supervisors to have time to come up with a strategy on it and fully be able to implement it with community engagement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ronnie Chola. I'm a board member with Crisis House and leader with Pacific Health Group. Greater transparency in spending data gives community organizations like Crisis House and Pacific Health Group the ability to track county commitments and advocate more effectively for the communities we serve. Strong independent oversight helps ensure resources are not concentrated or overlooked, and that community-centered needs remain visible and prioritized. This reform package creates accountability infrastructure without additional taxpayer costs, which is critical for sustaining meaningful long-term investment at the county level. From the perspective of Crisis House and Pacific Health Group as a provider and community partner, transparency directly impacts outcomes. We're working with individuals navigating homelessness, behavioral health, and complex care needs every day. When we can clearly see how resources are allocated and what's working, we can align faster, close gaps, and deliver real results. That level of accountability strengthens not just...
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and Supervisors. My name is John Clark, Deputy Vice President of San Diego County Firefighters, CAL FIRE Local 2881. I represent over 1,000 members in San Diego and 12,000 statewide. San Diego County today manages over $8.6 billion in public resources and serves more than 3.3 million residents. Yet the structure guiding these decisions hasn't kept pace with the demands of a modern, complex region. The proposed charter reform is a practical, cost-neutral way to bring transparency, accountability, and stability into how this county operates. For the firefighters of San Diego County, this matters. When oversight is strong and budgets are transparent, funding for public safety is more reliable, better planned, and protected from inefficiencies. Independent analysis helps ensure resources are allocated where they're needed the most, supporting emergency response, community safety, staffing, equipment, and infrastructure. Ultimately, these reforms build a system the public can trust, one where critical services like fire protection and emergency medical services are backed by clear, accountable, and effective governance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Alicia Morrison, Doyle Morrison, and Luis Saenz.
Thank you, Uncle Sam, Cesar, and Purita. We represent 77 living residents of District 9 under this a deceptionist, a liar, classmate of Monica Stipp, District 4 councilor before. This one is District 9, dividing us, destroying us. This measure is, what is this? Are we in Hollywood? Let's go direct to the point. If really you wanted this kind of justice, give us those people who are accountable in the Tijuana River pollution. Let's go to the basic. Who are responsible? First, give us the names. City Mayor Imperial Beach, City Mayor of San Diego, and the other 10 elected officials. God help us.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Alicia Morrison. The idea of changing the charter to extend to a 3rd term using a sample of 737 people out of over 2 million registered voters, that means each person extrapolates to be about 2,737 people for one person surveyed. Proposition B required 120,000 signatures from registered voters to get it on the ballot. As a retired working middle-class IBEW union household voter, I am tired of wasteful government spending and misuse of government resources. Proposing to strengthen transparency, all electees should be doing that from the moment an oath is taken. There is no justifiable reason to reinvent the wheel only to roll it backwards for a decision of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I believe transparency, accountability, and independent oversight are all great. However, transparency would have boldly identified the removal of the current term limits and include increased supervisor term limits in the subject. How many surveyed supporters will change their status to oppose when they realize an increase in current term limits was incognito? Accountability, the independent budget analyst and independent program auditor shall serve at the pleasure of the board in an unclassified service and may be removed at any time by a majority vote of the board. This dilutes accountability. Independent oversight, most reasonable people think that independent oversight is performed by an outside entity that can analyze and audit with impunity, but the board will appoint the independent budget analyst program auditor. I already question impartial independent results, and appointments aren't even pending yet. If this manages to get on the ballot as is, we the people will vote it down.
Thank you. Can you please state your name for the record, sir? Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Doyle Morrison.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. I'd like to call 3 additional speakers before the next speaker begins. Laura Wilkinson-Sinton, Courtney Baltiski, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors. My name is Luis Saenz. We the people voted to have term limits for our elected county supervisors. Why are you now recommending that we move from having 3 four-year terms? Board Chair Lawson Reamer, were you not in favor of term limits before? If our supervisors cannot get the job done in the time that was designated when you applied for the job,
then maybe someone is not doing a good enough job. You're agreed to the job at a maximum of 2 terms and no more than 8 years. That is a long time. We do not want another life-term politician like the one we've had in the past. People trusted what you promised, and you must now deliver. I oppose this idea wholeheartedly. I urge you all to reject placing this term limit extension on the November 26th ballot. Do not waste more of our money. We will remember this come election time. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Laura Wilkinson. Sentence.StopTheSewage.org is my organization. I'm a taxpayer in Coronado, California, and part of the Tijuana River Coalition. The county's charter was passed in 1933 when no people of color nor women, save one appointed white woman, were allowed to sit on the dais that you occupy today until 1976, and it is way past time to change that charter. Here's why I'm here today. In 2024, extremely dangerous hydrogen sulfide gas levels were found by privately funded nonprofit scientists because the county public health organ failed us. That same year, the county had 3 different CAOs mired in controversies, lawsuits, and drama with no clear direction to your public health division, who behaved more like a tombstone agency to us as taxpaying constituents. That, honorable supervisors, is Exhibit A of why this charter is broken and needs to be updated. We need to lessen the power of one position in county government to unintentionally wreak havoc.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Courtney Baltiski, and I'm here representing the Tijuana River Coalition. Our communities that reside alongside the Tijuana River know what it is to live and bear the inescapable daily impacts of toxic sewage and industrial waste, making this one of the most urgent environmental and public health crises in our country. For too long, there's been uncertainty about the health impacts, about who's responsible, and about how to actually move solutions forward. Such uncertainty has left behind communities that face the brunt of this emergency. This charter reform is a bold step into the 21st century. It strengthens independent oversight, improves transparency, leverages institutional knowledge, and creates real accountability for longstanding issues like the Tijuana pollution crisis. With a stronger, more efficient county government, we can continue building the momentum needed to address the foreseeable challenges with the Tijuana River watershed. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming to the podium, I'll invite 3 additional speakers: Judy Vaz, Michael Brando, and Wendy Gellernter. I apologize for mispronouncing that last name. Thank you.
Yes, I love how you think this is going to strengthen transparency, accountability, and independent oversight. It's interesting to see organized crime syndicates, doing everything they can to stay in power. Ones that are taking the people down to their knees and making them come and beg and plead for just the basic necessities of life. You can see the world around us is the way it is because of the things that you guys implement. And you want to sit here and you want to have longer terms and be able to sit up on this dais and have total control. Well, we see that absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And that is what we are facing today. And it's interesting to see that all the people have to do is take their power back. You guys are afraid of the people. That's why you silence us. And that's why we have to act as though you are afraid of us and embody that and change the course of history as we see it.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Lawson-Remer and Board of Supervisors. My name is Judy Vaz, and I'm the Public Affairs Manager of Planned Parenthood at the Pacific Southwest. This moment we face as a nation requires not only bravery, it requires accountability, transparency, and an eagerness to implement programs that promote health equity. And now more than ever, a strong local government is needed. As we strive to create programs to better address health disparities, the county must work directly with nonprofits and community leaders that already do this work, especially given the fact that the county still does not have a public hospital. Thank you for your time, and I urge this board to adopt this county charter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name's Wendy Galernter, and I'm the leader of Take Action San Diego, which is a chapter of Indivisible and Swing Left. As one of the organizers of San Diego's No Kings rallies, we mobilize people to stand up to the corruption, the cruelty, and the lawlessness of the Trump administration, but we also work for something better, a democracy where government serves all of the people and not just the powerful few. And that's why we support this overdue reform. An ethics commission with teeth, a budget analyst who answers to the public, an independent auditor to measure results, and public oversight of key leadership assignments. And it does all of this with no additional cost to taxpayers. When government loses focus on the people, accountability breaks down and people lose trust in the government. That's what we're seeing in Washington today. But San Diego can be different by building a system where no one is above oversight and no one stays in power without accountability. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Brian Lafferty, Mary Soriano, and Mark.
I use the name Michael. Bravo, Tara. You are the master linguistic gaslighter. This chambers is full of people. We've even got the media here, and they never show up unless it's something dramatic like this. Talk about no kings, and I'm not a Trump fan. Let me be clear about that. It's no queens, and this is what this item is trying to advance. More queendom. Tara, Monica, Paloma, and I'm not a misogynist. What we have here is misandrist at work. Misandrist. If you don't know what that word means, look it up, misandrist. Because we've got 2 impotent males here who have not stood up mostly for the last 6 years. This isn't a red-right, red-blue issue. This is a government against people who choose to live their own lives and not be interfered with. Stay in your own lane. We do not consent. We do not comply.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Lafferty. I work for the County of San Diego Medical Examiner, proud member of SCA Local 221. So in 2020, voters literally elected for change, and throughout this decade have consistently affirmed that change when it came to the Board of Supervisors. The problem is almost every department head has chosen to be obstinate and resistant and refuses to accept the fact that we have new leadership at the top. And I have worked for such a department. The last department I worked at weren't just anti-union, they were anti-worker, period. And it's resulted in high turnover, low morale, and fear. Now, where I work, my department head and his predecessor, unlike almost every other department head, they have accepted the fact that there's been change to the Board of Supervisors, and they've been willing to work with you. And so we need accountability for senior leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
No to extended term limits, and here's why.
Mark, item 14. As for your core reform priorities, establishing independent ethics oversight applicable to elected county officials. Bullshit. Supervisors are shown ignoring their core responsibilities in the 10/22/2024 Supervisors PM session on item 30 at 2 hours, 44 minutes, 30 seconds. The Jim Desmond motion to approve. Nora, Tara, and Monica refused to second Jim's motion to prioritize our core functions, which is their main responsibility as county supervisors. So hearing Tara Lawson-Remer recommend ethics oversight and fiscal analysis is especially egregious. If people even knew about this board or were paying any attention at all, you and Monica would have been recalled long ago. And the idea that a majority of people think you're serving their interests when you intentionally block the county's core priorities is amazing. Fortunately, a few of us speakers still want to help people instead of take advantage of them like some supervisors.
Thank you. Your time is up. I'd like to invite forward 3 additional speakers, Dorothy Johnson, Andrea Ebbing, and Neil Ortiguera. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Mary Soriano, President of La Jolla Town Council. I Googled what is the public view of LA County Board of Supervisors' 12-year term, high dissatisfaction and widespread demand for reform. What is the public view of San Diego County Board of Supervisors? Sharply divided. Maybe because of this article. County wants higher sales tax and part of your paycheck. Picture of Lawson Reamer, Aguirre, Montgomery Step. It seems like 83% HHSA is to the Tijuana River sewage. Beneficiaries of Tijuana health risk included. Only 17% to wildfire prevention. This is being compared to the misleading new monthly trash collection fees. In 2010, unions of county employees and Democrat pushed for 2 term limits. It was a Republican county board. Current majority is Lawson Reamer, Aguirre, Montgomery Step. Are you for extending your term? How is IBA independent when county board appoints? Ethics board, who appoints the seats? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorothy Johnson. I'm a 40-year resident of District 1. Our communities suffer every day from arbitrary actions of a hostile federal government that wastes tremendous amounts of taxpayer dollars on unwarranted and legally suspect expenditures. That's one of the reasons why I support establishment of an independent budget analyst to offer more transparency and accountability in how the county manages billions of dollars. An independent budget analyst gives elected officials and the public a second set of eyes to consider assumptions, modeling alternatives, and long-term risks. When supervisors have the best data, they can make the best decisions about how public money is spent. The abject failure of our federal leadership has resulted in many citizens losing faith generally in their government.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Neil Ortigara, and I'm here on behalf of the Planned Parenthood Action Fund. Thank you for bringing these reforms forward today. The proposed charter reforms are about building a government that is transparent, accountable, and capable of delivering essential services. For reproductive health advocates, that means a system that can equitably fund care, protect patient privacy, and ensure ethical leadership and sustain long-term investments in community health. So I wanted to touch on a couple of parts of the package that Chair Lawson Reamer highlighted in their opening remarks. The IBA and the program auditor. True reproductive justice requires not just rights on paper, but a real investment in services. And transparency via the IBA and the program auditor is how we will ensure these investments happen. Leadership appointments. Reproductive health care access, and I would argue the San Diego safety net as a whole, depends heavily on who leads agencies like HHSA. When leadership decisions are transparent and accountable, patients can trust that the safety net systems are being run in the public interests. And on term limits, improving reproductive health requires sustained.
Thank you. Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, I'll call 3 additional speakers: Anthony Dang, Andy Lopez, and Summer Ismail.
My name is Andrea Ebbing, and I just want to congratulate you guys on this genius move. It is very difficult to take down a RICO enterprise on your own. And for those who don't know what that is, it's a mafia, mob running this county. I'm not talking about every person on the dais here. I am just saying that it's very difficult to remove extremely criminal syndicates who will definitely kill you, will definitely blacklist you, will definitely manipulate the system however they so wish if you raise an eyebrow to them. So strength in numbers, and I would say, hell yes, let's definitely have a term limit on Summer Stephan. She should be in prison right now for what she's already done. So let's limit that absolute mob boss. And then let's take a look at what Kelly Martinez is actually doing. I mean, Las Colinas, whoa, you do not want to go there. It's a death camp. But yeah, if you guys need more time, have it. But just get rid of Summer Stephan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Anthony Dang, and I'm speaking on behalf of Climate Action Campaign, and where we're building an affordable 100% clean energy and resilient San Diego. We are happy to support this community charter modernization item. San Diego County has a good climate action plan, and yet we have no independent way to verify it's actually being carried out, or that the money meant for it isn't going somewhere else. We need it to be implemented on time, on target, and with public dollars dollars spent where they're supposed to go. Right now, there's no independent auditor to evaluate whether county programs are delivering real community benefits, no independent budget analyst to tell us if climate commitments are funded or quietly deprioritized. Item 14 fixes that and creates the watchdog entities a climate action plan needs, including publishing findings publicly so residents can hold decision makers accountable. We urge you to vote yes on this item. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Andy Lopez. I'm a master's student at San Diego State for public administration. And looking into this, it blew my mind just to see how people don't have accountability. Accountability is trusting the people and the people trusting in a system that's for them, a system that was created not with people like me in mind, a system that didn't have me in mind. It blows my mind that it's still going on, and it blows my mind that it has not changed. So I hope y'all vote yes on changing this so people like me have a space in this system. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Danea Palmer, Adu Vengal, and Srividya Ganapathy. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Summer Ismail, and I am also an MPA student at San Diego State, and I've had the great opportunity of researching this proposed reform. And I'm going to say that this is a form of excellent governance. You have an opportunity to create change. After all, Noble is that motivated by the public good. And we are providing the people with accessibility. You ask for the county's budget right now, and you get, I can't even tell you, thousands of stacks of papers, but having an independent auditor is able to translate it in a manner that is palatable to the people. On term limits, we have, as Chair Lawson-Remer brought up, we have so many promising ideas, but we need this continuity and extended term limit to carry them out. The people in the past realized that we needed to enact one, but now we saw that 2 years isn't comparable to what the state has already. So let's extend it, and after all, a term limit doesn't really mean that the person's gonna stay in power all those times. It's up to the people still. So thank you, and please vote yes.
Hello, my name is Danea Palmer. I'm a grad student at UCSD and a member of UAW 4811. I'm very excited to speak in favor of passing this reform. San Diego County manages billions of dollars, and this reform presents a powerful opportunity to make sure that the public understands where every dollar is actually going. This reform requires clear disclosure of how money is spent, and it will allow us as workers and residents of this county to actually understand whether the problems that are important to each one of us are actually being addressed properly over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Adu Vengal. I'm a proud UAW member, and I live in downtown San Diego. I'm here to speak in favor of modernizing the county charter. Right now, millions of people in San Diego are struggling with things like food insecurity, rising costs of healthcare, and rising housing costs. And we need to make sure that every single dollar that is spent here is spent as efficiently and as effectively as possible. We need an independent budget analyst. We need someone to look over the budgets, to model alternatives, and to identify risks. It's honestly just the responsible thing to do right now with the county this large. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Oliver Twist, Gazelle Salgado, and Athena Aber.
Hello, my name is Srividya Ganapathy. I'm a staff scientist at UCSD and also a member of our union, UAW 4811, which represents 10,000 workers working in higher education and also in public health. I'm here today, like a lot of us, because I care deeply about how our local government serves communities, which is why I'm speaking in support of the proposed reforms to modernize the San Diego County Charter. Accountability really shouldn't be an abstract concept. I think that public programs have to deliver real outcomes for people. We can all agree, I don't think this is up for debate, we can all agree that independent oversight is necessary, and it's impossible to get a clear and objective picture of how public programs actually serve us, let alone improve them, if we don't have that. An independent program auditor would be a way to give us the ability to evaluate how programs are performing and to identify gaps and actually improve how public dollars are spent. I urge you to vote yes on this reform. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Athena Aber, a proud member of UAW 4811 and a researcher at UCSD. I'm here to speak in favor of these county charter amendments. San Diego County has some of the highest food insecurity in the state. About a quarter of residents struggle with food insecurity. CalFresh, California's implementation of food stamps, has about 400,000 recipients, and in San Diego County alone, there are another 200,000 people who are eligible but not signed up. Getting these folks signed up has been a recurring issue, with applicants struggling with confusing and arduous paperwork, staff frustrated with overwork and incomplete paperwork, and of course, supervisors irritated at slow changes around the administrative level. These county charter revisions will help hold that administrative level accountable to public input and open a path to fixing the problems that frustrate so many San Diegans. I urge y'all to put this choice in the hands of San Diegans.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Giselle Lidia Salgado, and as a graduate worker at UCSD, I'm a member of Union Local UAW 4811. I am here to speak regarding the benefit of public accountability through the reform. The people running major county departments make decisions that affect millions of residents, and this reform creates a simple, transparent process for top county leaders. Candidates are also nominated by the CAO, but confirmed publicly by the board with input from the community. More transparency, more accountability, and more public trust in who is leading critical service like health, safety, and housing makes a big difference in being able to have more trust and more of a say in these systems. So I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, I'll invite 3 additional speakers: John Gamino, Alfonso Sanchez, and Ana Ramos.
Hi, good afternoon. Oliver Twist here in strong opposition. Let's be very clear that these reforms and items are not about empowering us. They're about crowning a de facto queen at the County Administration Center, one who grew the county budget by 33% and now is using that bloat to justify these reforms. Chairwoman Lawson Remer is dressing this up as a transparency and good governance issue, but buried in the fine print is exactly what every San Diegan should reject: more power for politicians and a special gift of a 3rd term for supervisors. And look who's being lined up to tee this up: Jack McGrory, the infamous Charger ticket guarantee, now brought in to use as Machiavellian machinations to help reform power structures. I urge a no vote on these reforms. No queens in San Diego, no to extended reigns, no backroom control over the people that are supposed to serve the public, not their own self-interest. Thank you. Oh, and just more political theater.
Next speaker, please.
My name is John Gamino. I'm an organizer with United Auto Workers Local 4811, which represents 60,000 workers across California and over 10,000 in San Diego County, and I live in San Diego. I'm proud to have canvassed for Supervisor Lawson Remer and Supervisor Aguirre to help get them elected, along with fellow UAW members and my brothers and sisters in the labor movement, who I'm proud to see have come out in numbers today to stand in solidarity. But no matter who is in office, we the people deserve transparency and accountability in government. San Diego County currently has no independent ethics commission. These charter reforms would create an independent ethics commission to review ethics complaints and hold our elected representatives accountable. That is just one reason among many why I'm in favor of Agenda Item 14, modernizing the charter to strengthen transparency and accountability in San Diego government. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ana Ramos. I'm a resident of District 1 and also a community organizer with ACE. I'm here in support of the county charter amendments because I believe that there are necessary changes needed for us to strengthen public involvement in decisions being made in county leadership. We cannot have a functioning democracy if the will of our community is not at the table. And so requiring public disclosure on how our county is spending taxpayer dollars is important for building public trust. And I think any changes that we can make to create transparency in an already complicated the already complicated mechanisms of our government is something we at ACE will always support. We're also living in incredibly unpredictable times. Our community is apprehensive about trusting our government to protect our constitutional rights, especially working class immigrants who are actively being targeted by our federal government. So if we can strengthen the people to reclaim some of some amount of power.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Lori Lipsman, Kelvin Ho, and Grace Rojas Jimenez.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisor. My name is Al Sanchez, and I'm here on behalf of Labor's Local 89, representing nearly 5,000 working men and women. I'd like to share a statement from our business manager, Secretary Treasurer, Valentin Armacedo. For the nearly 5,000 working men and women we represent, accountability comes down to transparency, oversight, and responsible governance. This measure strengthens independence, oversight, and increases transparency while maintaining responsibility term limits that strike the right balance between experience and accountability. These are common sense reforms that help ensure county government works effectively and responsibility for the people it serves. We respectfully urge you to support this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Lipsman, District 4 constituent and ACE member. I support this charter reform because it strengthens transparency and accountability in our county government. An independent ethics commission holds elected officials to clear standards. Greater transparency in spending lets the public see how decisions are made. An independent budget analyst and program auditor provide objective oversight. And public accountability for senior leadership ensures responsibility at the top. These are practical, necessary steps towards building public trust. I urge you to move forward on them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Kelvin Ho. I'm a resident of District 3 and a member of UAW. I work closely and represent over 10,000 members of our union in the county. Our members perform a variety of critical roles as researchers, civil servants, educators, and university staff. I'm here to speak in favor of item 14 because our members deserve a county government that's accountable to the public. Our members, along with 3.3 million other San Diego County residents, elected this board because they believe that they would perform their job in representing their interests. And that means that they have the power, resources, and ability to do meaningful work on the cost of housing, enacting a real climate action plan, and having sustainable public transportation. The set of reforms proposed today would give the county board the ability to actually do this, whether it's through an independent auditor, budget analyst, or oversight over senior county leadership. Thank you, and please vote in favor.
Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Lucas Canelas, Greg Sawizdrzal, and Isadora Magali.
I can start. My name is Grace Rojas Jimenez. My pronouns are she, they, ella. I am a resident of District 4, the co-chair of National City ACE chapter, and an intern for Students for Economic Justice with the Center on Policy Initiatives. Born and raised in San Diego Kumeyaay territory, I find it frustrating to understand how the county spends our money and who specifically makes decisions on behalf of our people. I'm here in support of this charter amendment. Independent ethics commissions assures that when our officials' moral practices are questionable or unjust, we are able to hold them responsible for their actions. Transparency and accountability in county spending allows San Diegans to see where the money is going and whether the decision aligns with our needs. Vote yes and put the needs of San Diego people first for the sake of our future.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Lucas Canelas. I was born and raised here in San Diego. Today I'm speaking on behalf of IATSE Local 122. I urge you guys to vote yes on the transparency and accountability in county spending. I'm all about making sure every public dollar is visible and being spent accountably. The county manages billions of dollars, but so much of that spending becomes difficult for the public eye to access. With this reform, require a clear online disclosure of spending, regular independent audits, and public reporting on whether problems are being resolved. When taxpayers can see where money is going and whether it's working or not, we create a confident community, making sure better decisions are being made together for the betterment of us all. San Diego has the potential to be one of the best cities in the country, and we can lead with example. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Greg Sawizderzal, and I'm the president of IATSE Local 122. I'm here today in support of these charter reforms because public trust is not automatic. It has to be earned. In a county this large, serving millions of people and managing billions of public dollars, transparency and accountability cannot be optional. The public should be able to see how decisions are made, how money is being spent, and whether the systems in place are actually working. That is why these reforms matter. Independent ethics review matters, public visibility into county spending matters, independent budget and program oversight matters, and modernizing our outdated charter matters. These are not extreme ideas. They're the kind of basic standards people should be expecting from their government. With that said, I respectfully urge you to support this effort and move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers: Simon Andres, Richard Ciaba, and Pam Rude.
Hello, my name is Isa, and I am a community organizer with the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. We are a statewide multiracial organization of working class and low-income neighbors who know that the only way for our needs to be prioritized is for us to get organized. From housing justice to keeping ICE out of our neighborhoods, we know that those of us without political status or billions of dollars have to rely on each other or on people power to demand change. We in ACE San Diego are in support of the proposed charter change because in order for us to organize, we need to have transparency about what's going on in our county. The proposed changes aren't going to fix a system that by design puts profit over people, which is inherently anti-democratic. Real accountability comes from the community getting organized. That being said, we think this proposal is a step in the right direction, and if anything, a bare minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Board of Supervisors, my name is Simon Andres, and I live in District 4. And I also am here in behalf of ACE San Diego as well. I've been door knocking in my neighborhoods, in the place that I grew up, for about a month. And a lot of what I'm hearing and feeling from residents is that they don't have the confidence, and they don't feel trust, and they don't feel like they can see what's going on with our government. And so, you know, this is about building the relationship between the people that live here and the people that we help represent us. So, you know, if this is stepping in the right direction to improve that relationship, we're in support of it, and we hope that you carry on and do good work. And we'll be checking up on that, and we'll be here. Yeah, we'll be here. And thank you so much.
Richard Ciaba, ILT Local 122. I support a transparent public confirmation process for the senior county leadership. The people running major departments make decisions that affect every resident. So the community should have a real opportunity to see who is being appointed and hold leaders accountable through their elected representatives. This reform would strengthen trust, improve transparency, and make county government more responsive to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers: Joseph Acosta, Michelle Krug, and Jennifer Ann Fayarme. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. I'm Pam Rude. I'm a retired Kaiser Permanente worker and an executive board member of the National Union of Healthcare Workers. I urge a yes vote on item 14. This important measure ensures every public dollar is visible and accountable. The county manages billions of dollars, but much of that spending isn't easily accessible to the public. The county can build trust with taxpayers by being transparent in its spending. This measure would ensure accountability. Also, creating an independent program auditor will ensure accountability regarding how our taxpayer dollars are spent, Creating this program will establish a system of accountability for San Diego and ensure that its programs deliver results. I urge a yes vote on this item 24. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Joseph Acosta. I'm here with IATSE 122, and I'm in favor of this reform. Right now, too often, government is evaluating itself, and that's not a best practice. This reform creates an independent program auditor to answer the question, are programs actually delivering results? And if not, how do we fix them? So moving forward, let's keep in mind that 2 heads are better than 1, because this is about outcomes and making sure public dollars are actually improving people's lives. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Michelle Krug, thank you for these reforms. Every one of them will have an impact of more transparency and giving the public more ability to weigh in on what's going on with our government, particularly changing the term limits to 12 years as opposed to 8 years, because we are really at a disadvantage given the rest of the state and the other large counties. And the fact that we have not had term limits on the other county elected officials doesn't make sense. So this is a good compromise. I also really appreciate the fact that there'll be some oversight over the top leadership in the county. And the independent budget analyst and the ethics commission are no-brainers. They should have been put in a long time ago. So thank you. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Cade Wagner, Francisco Mayoral, Ezra Cadena.
To our Chair and Board of Supervisors, good afternoon. Independent Ethics Commission. Right now, San Diego County has no independent body to review ethics complaints against elected officials. This proposal fixes by creating an independent ethics commission that brings transparency to the process and make findings public. No matter who is in the office, the public deserves to know that concerns are reviewed fairly, transparently, and out in the open. Thank you.
Can you please state your name?
Jennifer Ann Falarme, an active member of Filipino Worker Center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Francisco Mayoral. I am a resident of San Isidro in District 1 and a member of ACE. I'm here in support of the Charter Amendment, especially the establishment of an independent ethics commission to strengthen the transparency and accountability of our public officials. I think this is a step in the right direction in defending our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Cade Wagner. I'm a part of the group Indivisible 49, and I'm here to express my support for the updates to our county charter. Our current federal government has normalized mass corruption and thievery at a scale we've never seen, and I believe a modern charter is the perfect thing that we need to counteract these forces and restore some trust that our local people have in the government of our county. Furthermore, as Californians, we're used to being taxed to the bone, and personally speaking, I wouldn't mind paying taxes if I knew that money went to something important. We are drained by taxes, and yet most of us have no idea where they go or what it's used for. Maybe this independent budget commission can finally put someone in charge of showing us how our money is spent. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers. Marilyn Soto, Alexia Palacios Peters, and Aldo Brambila.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ezra. I'm a resident of District 3 and undergraduate student at San Diego State, majoring in Latin American Studies. Right now, San Diego County has no independent body to review ethics complaints against elected officials. No matter who is in office, the public deserves to know that concerns are reviewed fairly, transparently, and out in the open. I urge you to vote yes on this charter amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, board. I'm Aldo Brambila. I'm a community organizer from District 1. I just want to register my support for this county charter reform package, specifically the point on independent oversight, because a body can't be expected to look into itself. That's not how real accountability is achieved. So I definitely support more transparency and accountability for this body and bodies throughout the county. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Alexia Palacios Peters. I'm currently a trustee on the Coronado Unified School District Governing Board, and I'm an associate attorney at Singleton Schreiber. I'm here today on behalf of Singleton Schreiber LLP, and we are proud to support this charter reform package for 5 reasons. 1, San Diego County's government has outgrown its current structure. Its foundational governing document has not kept pace with the $8.6 billion in public spending and the growing number of residents it serves. Independent oversight is the cornerstone of good governance. The creation of an independent ethics commission, an independent budget analyst, and an independent program auditor is exactly the kind of structural safeguards that build public trust. Transparency in spending is a baseline expectation, not a luxury. Requiring public disclosure of county spending in an accessible online format paired with mandatory independent financial and performance audits allows modern government accountability looks like. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person, Ramon Mora, Mel Katz, and a final call for Mike Odine. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Chairs and Supervisors. I'm Marlene Soto, member of PwC, and we are support for the transparency and accountability in our country of San Diego. This is about making sure every public dollar is visible and accountable. This country manages billions of dollars, but much of the spending isn't easily accessible to the public. This reform requires clear online discussion and spending regular, independent, and public reporting on whether public actually get fixed. When taxpayers can see where money is going and whether it's working, we are confident to make better decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ramon Mora. I'm a resident of District 3 and a graduate student at San Diego State. I'm here today to support the charter reform changes being proposed, because for me, it just makes sense. It should be common practice to revisit and reevaluate the governing structures of any government entity. And we all know that today, the reality and needs of San Diegans have changed from where they were 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And so the government and the way it is run should be regularly reevaluated to meet the current needs of San Diego County residents. That is why I support the proposed charter reform package. County government has a responsibility to provide essential services that affect the daily lives of all of us. Also, as for a new San Diego County resident, I am grateful to these kinds of policies coming from my elected representatives, because it shows that you are being proactive and trying to make government better. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final in-person speaker, I'd like to invite forward Crystal Irving.
Honorable Supervisors, I'm Mel Katz, and I'm a business owner here in San Diego. A strong region requires effective, accountable government leadership. Businesses depend on stable, transparent, and accountable government. Clear oversight structures build public trust. These charter reform measures are exactly that. It is built on principles of transparency, accountability, and public participation. They promote open communications, foster trust between the government and the communities it serves. 12-year term limits are also good government. These terms are in alignment with our state legislature. It allows our elected officials to develop expertise, institutional knowledge needed to manage the complex long-term county issues. These measures are pivotal steps towards creating a more inclusive and effective governance model, ensuring that every voice is heard and valued. I encourage you to put these charter reform initiatives.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Crystal Irving, President of SEIU Local 221, speaking in favor of charter reform. A strong charter ensures that the county is a good steward of public resources to effectively serve families throughout the region. County services depend on strong, visionary, proactive, and responsive leadership, which is why aligning term limits with other local offices strengthens stability and accountability in county government. This package also strengthens independent ethics standards, budget, and program oversight, which would ensure that public programs actually deliver on what we promise our families and communities. We know that although elected leadership has changed, the legacy county culture persistently resists change, even when the board directs it. This charter reform will help shape a county culture that will build trust for SEIU members and build trust for the families and communities that our members get to serve every single day. We look forward to actualizing that day for the people of the County of San Diego and being a model of good county governance for the rest of our state and the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. We had 2 additional speakers that request to speak by phone but are here in person. So I'd like to invite forward Esmeralda Quintero Cubillan and Layla Cater.
Howdy, soups at all. I'm Esmeralda Quintero Cubillan. I go by Esme. I use they, she pronouns. I'm the organizer for San Diego Pride and a proud member of SD Pride United. I am a resident of District 4, so howdy, Monica. I'm here to offer our support as San Diego Pride on behalf of the charter reforms. As you all know, there are over 239,000 LGBT residents in our county, and LGBT residents, like all residents of our county, deserve a county government that is transparent, that is actively providing the information necessary to not only govern, but to govern well. The last thing I will add is that specifically for LGBT residents, we are distributed across the county and we all serve to benefit from the level of transparency that these reforms could offer us. And unfortunately, there's no guide to governance, so you have to learn through experience, and we recognize 12 years will help you do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Layla Cater. I'm here with SEIU United Healthcare Workers, representing nearly 10,000 healthcare workers here in San Diego, in strong support of these charter reforms. These proposals are thoughtful, balanced, and reflect the kind of transparency and accountability we rely on every day in healthcare. Independent oversight, clear financial reporting, and stronger public accountability will help ensure county programs truly serve the people they are intended to. As our region grows, modernizing the charter is a smart and necessary step forward. I also appreciate the focus on doing this in a cost-neutral way while improving outcomes. I strongly encourage you to move these reforms forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments. We'll start with our first caller.
Consuelo here. Okay. Some more voice of reason. I appreciated a lot of all of them, but it's just so evident just how people are not paying attention and how inverted this whole system is, and that they're actually begging for bigger government. It's kind of like you don't want kings, but yet you're. Do you not get it? Are you guys like? It's really evident that you're not paying attention, and you're here to speak because you were asked to come in, because you're truly not paying attention to what this board has been doing for the past 6 years. It's sick. It's twisted. And a system like this, to answer one of the questions of the gentleman who spoke, a system like this continues because of a clueless public asking for even bigger government. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I guess Gosh, 1 minute. What can you say in 1 minute? I mean, honestly, you can't make this shit up. People asking for bigger government, acting like they're going to be accountable and they're somebody you can trust. Wake up.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Lola Bold, a lot of this is self-serving and promotes partisan politics, but does not do that much for transparency or independent oversight in county government. The county overseeing itself is not independent. Let's talk about the sections. 600, there's no reason to expand term limits for elected officials. Not a moderate proposal, as Tara said. Let's have a limit to 2 consecutive terms, and after a few years breathing space, you can reelect. You can be reelected once we've had the experience of a better person. 501.9B sounds like you're authorizing staff to do quasi-political work for you instead of preparing your own initiatives. 915, prohibiting relatives up to the 4th.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
It's true, scary to learn that Tara's daughter is already a liar like her mother. The scroll prop Manuel and Tara have definitely ain't the Constitution. How many erratas were there? You can't even get the draft right, and you want us to trust what's obviously being rewritten to gain more power and fund the campaign funding NGOs and unions, a.k.a. the only supporters in business with Tara. The same progressive communists who created this lack of transparency and accountability since 2020 are not going to bring it now when they just got caught shuffling money through a public special events trust fund into their private campaign coffers. If anything, Tara's personal task force with La Jolla resident and failed attorney Jack McGrory and the extremist Center on Policy Initiatives DEI racist hire Kyra Green is to cover up the fraudulent spending and secure their secret backroom deal to make Tara Trump their wannabe queen. We don't want your wiped out brain anywhere near charter language to send the county into an economic freefall. We don't need a change in the charter. We need a full change of this corrupt board. Tara for prison. Put that on the ballot. No queen.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
My name is Peggy Walker. I strongly oppose extending supervisors from 2 to 3 terms. It's reform that we do not need. Voters were loud, clear, and wise when they voted 2 terms as the most democratic way to serve the public. They understood long-term incumbencies do not empower constituents, but lead to reduced focus on constituent needs, to complacency, and allow a slim majority to gain a powerful chokehold on governing that with a 3rd term would last 12 long years. Conversely, limited tenure promotes more responsive governance, stronger imperative to address voter needs, and generate tangible results within a defined period. It reduces corruption, risks, long-term lobbyist influences, and encourages fresh perspectives. Keep the limit at 2 years. We don't want elected supervisors.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Members of the board, Angie James Marto, regarding item 14, JFK said, once said, nation afraid to let people judge the truth is a nation afraid of its people. You are modernizing a charter that is currently shields a closed loop of public corruption involving Joseph Ency, a current high-level BHS employee who owns the Claremont ILF at 4001 Conrad. The lack of oversight has created hotspots of violence throughout our city and public corruption that has created a body count, including the murder of Dennis Robinson at Oak Park and the systematic bullying of a disabled, mentally ill resident. I have video evidence of these failures and violence. In these ILFs, you are modernizing the walls of a crime scene. I demand an immediate forensic audit and creation of an independent ethics committee. Community.
Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Rudy Hernandez, county employee. Yeah, I think my only critique here is about the line item regarding the extending term. Honestly, if this had any merit, I think it should be presented on its own. It should not have been bundled with everything else. It should be up to everybody else to figure out if they should be more term limits. We put them in there for a reason, and I think we should kind of work from there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Gambler here. How are you guys doing? The union in 2010, the same year that we decided to create basically online registration for the third-party organization fraud that we discovered, in the 80s. And we were promised, let's remind ourselves that NVRA regulations had nothing to do with protecting the view of that, right? But quite honestly, we never did anything about third-party fraud. We just made it very extremely easy, which completely makes me understand why they pushed everyone out in 2010, and now why they want to go ahead and strengthen the control that the Board of Supervisors have over the people, because the union actually, probably most likely, controls these board members, as evident of this meeting, and as evident of 18 and 19, when these same board members are going to vote against this. It's amazing how...
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
My name is Pat. I live in D4. Rimmer and Stepp, you guys were really slick to slide in the term extension in with some very good ideas for better management and oversight, which you knew would get you a yes vote. Extending terms from 8 to 12 years max, I am a hard no on this. I'm an absolute yes on the other items. You can provide oversight, improve transparency, and provide information simply by responding to your constituents, being honest, no more discussions behind closed doors. Focus on doing for your constituents, not to your constituents. Reamer, what you brought to this board today is totally self-serving. 3 of the board members seem to routinely bring bad ideas to these meetings, and because they're the majority by party, seems to endorse whatever one of them brings. The other 2 vote yes to go along to get along. Who loses? The constituents. Just stop.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Karina Gonzalez, and I'm the Deputy Director with Hammond Climate Solutions Foundation. At their core, these changes are about transparency, accountability, and trust. Establishing an independent budget analyst and program auditor ensures that decisions about public dollars are informed by objective, nonpartisan analysis, and that we can actually measure whether county programs are delivering results. For those of us working on climate and environmental priorities, this matters. We need to know, are these investments working? Are these resources reaching the communities that need them the most? Without independent oversight and accessible data, these questions remain unanswered. This package gives residents, advocates, and policymakers the tools to track progress, hold systems accountable, and make better decisions. I urge you to move this forward and give voters the opportunity to support a more transparent, accountable, and effective county government. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll hear from our final caller.
Hello,
but my name is Tristan Beery, and I'm the youth organizer with Youth Will. I'm calling because we at Youth Will wanted to stand in support of transparency and thus support this charter, especially in these current times with the federal government being constantly unclear about what's going on and things ever shifting. The least we can do is make sure that our local government is more transparent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Wow. Thank you all. Thank you for so much participation. First of all, I just really want to thank everyone who took the time to be part of this conversation. It's really important for us to think together about what makes sense for the Charter of San Diego County. I did want to share, this was brought to me, all the folks that have signed on as endorsers to kind of move forward a charter reform, a set of charter reform options to voters. So I thought that was pretty extraordinary. But I also want to thank even those who came here with a different set of views, because it's just really important to have this conversation. So thank you everyone for being here. I'm going to read the proposed San Diego County Charter Amendment entitled Transparent, Accountable, Modern County Government. This is what was drafted by County Council, just so we're all really centered on the question on the table, and also clearly acknowledging there's quite a bit in the charter red lines that would go to voters. But just to read this in center for our board conversation, it says, proposed San Diego County Charter Amendment entitled Transparent, Accountable, Modern County Government. Shall the San Diego County Charter be amended to create an ethics commission, independent budget analyst, and independent program auditor, require public disclosure of spending data, require Board of Supervisors confirmation of senior county leadership, set term limits to 3 terms for members of the Board of Supervisors, and, where allowed by law, for the sheriff, district attorney, treasurer, tax collector, and assessor, recorder, county clerk, clarify non-interference provisions, and update terminology and structure. The complete text of the proposed amendments to the San Diego County Charter is set forth in a resolution adopted by the board and will be mailed to each qualified elector in the County of San Diego by the Registrar of Voters not more than 40 nor less than 21 days prior to November 6, 2018, pursuant to Election Code Section 13303. So at this time, to kind of set the table for our conversation, I would like to make a motion to adopt the recommendations set out in the board letter that I presented here. But I also know that this is just setting the table for a board conversation, and I'm sure my colleagues will have many, many things to say. I just I do want to make that as an initial motion because there's 2 amendments I'd like to make to those recommendations. And I've sent these to Andrew so we can bring them up on the board. The first is just addressing an issue that came up in the last few weeks in conversations with stakeholders, and well, specifically the stakeholders who did a deep dive on kind of doing comparative looks at other counties. And it came to my attention from that really rigorous research that if we want to align with best practices for other counties, we need to take a look at our reporting structure for the public defender, which is a very critical role, especially for our underserved communities. Every other county across the state of California either has an elected public defender or the public defender reports directly to the Board of Supervisors. So we're really an outlier in terms of the structure of our public defender office. Again, these other counties, all the other counties have a public defender that either reports directly to the board, like county council or the CAO, or is elected like our DA. So I'd like to add an amendment to amend my motion and the board item to provide our communities the same opportunities as other counties. And what this would mean is it would give the Board of Supervisors the opportunity to appoint a public defender if the board chooses. It would not make the public defender position immediately appointive. It would allow for kind of continued consideration and reflection on whether it makes sense to move the public defender to an appointive position. but it would at least create the opportunity for the board to make the public defender an appointed position again, just like the probation officer, the chief probation officer is now, if the board chose to do so in the future. Currently, that's not possible with the structure of the charter. So again, it would to be basically to make the public defender's appointing structure in alignment with the probation officer's appointive structure and in alignment with other counties. So why don't we put that up just so folks see that. So the motion would be to amend section 500.4E of the charter amendments to add, if not appointed by the board, add to section 501B of the charter amendment to state the board may by ordinance establish the public defender as an officer to be appointed by the board. And then additionally amend the ballot question in the resolution and ordinance to include potential board appointment of the public defender. So let me just pause there. I know that was a little complicated. Damon, is there any factual basis or any legal issues that I misstated that would help? I want to make sure we're all having a grounded conversation. I don't want to say anything that's not super clear.
No, as you mentioned, our office did look into other counties, and that is consistent with the way in which public defenders are appointed throughout the state.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so that was one thing. And then the second piece, this was as a recommendation to include as an amendment to this board item, really coming from, again, from County Council, because acknowledging the administrative complexity of this charter effort and the importance of being technically sound, our council has recommended that we add a recommendation 5 to this package that would allow any administrative modifications, like technical modifications, to ensure the ballot language conforms with applicable laws. So if we could put the language of that up. So that would be authorize County Council to modify the text of the measure of the ballot question as required to conform to any requirements of the California Elections Code, other law, or the County Registrar of Voters. Given how many kind of small red lines we've seen just in the last week, I thought that was quite wise. We don't want to end up moving something forward to the ballot that we've all voted on and agreed, but we made two words wrong, and then it's all for kaput. So I do trust our county council can, they were great with these errata as they arose and flag them for me, and I think would be great for them to at least have the delegated authority to kind of fix any technical legal issues if there are any. And hopefully we wrote this well, but let's just note it is complicated. So that would be my motion, and really just looking at moving forward the whole package that kind of came through from all the public conversation. And I also just want to note, I think this has been a really interesting, important, difficult process. I'm sure there are things that aren't perfect, and I think that's why it is important to have a charter reform implementation task force so that there's a group of community folks that are really empowered and that we're really looking to figure out how do you really implement this in the best and most impactful way, because you can't write every little tiny sentence in a charter reform package. A lot of those things have to be worked out, and I think it's going to be really important to kind of continue this process. And the hope here is that we've at least created a framework to have more transparency and accountability and oversight, and really just better mechanisms to ensure that when there's huge priorities that our community needs. I heard a lot about the Tijuana River Valley today. There was one testimony that really struck me as sort of not being able to get movement on issues of monitoring around public health, and that being such an important issue. I heard a lot about food and food insecurity, and just knowing how important the work that the county does for our community, that when there are important issues that we're really able to ensure, every dollar's being well spent and well invested, and that the folks that are moving forward implementation of board policies, come with vision and leadership and excellence, and that we're all rowing in the same direction. So again, so grateful for all the great ideas, and just want to own that I think all the best ideas in here did not come from me. I'd say most of them weren't mine, and some of the ideas I started off this process with got quickly booted out and kicked out in the process of conversing with folks. So it's been a very iterative process, and it's just been a really, I think, important process to kind of try to figure out what options could we give to voters to strengthen how San Diego County is run. So that would be my motion on the floor. And I will turn over to Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for all the work that you put into this, and to all the community members that have been a part of this process from just so many different sectors, so many different perspectives. I do appreciate this heavy lift here that we're wading through right now. I do, real quick, I have a question about the motion, and then I have a couple of other questions. With regard to the motion, just want to clarify that the first part, amend section 500.4E, the quoted part is if not appointed by the board, and that would just go at the very end of the section, right? So there's this paragraph that says, except as provided by this charter, appointed officers shall serve at the pleasure of the chief administrative officer and may also not be removed with or without cause by a 4/5 vote of the board, if not appointed by the board. Is that how it's going to read?
I think, this is a great question. Thank you so much. I think that the intent here was actually like a comma next to public defender. So if you look at 500.4, confirmation and removal of appointed officers, and then it lists them, and it lists the public defender as on that list, and it's just saying the public defender's on the list.
Oh, okay.
If not appointed by the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is clear on the motion. That was me. I was not clear on that, but now I am. So thank you for that. And then the second part, 501B. So there is a section 501B. So the sentence will just be added at the end of that instead of creating another subsection.
I will turn that to Sherry, who helped me write this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, through the chair. Andrew has the language up there, so this was just a summary, but it would be a new subsection B, and the other sections would be renumbered.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that clarification. So I do want to go to just my quick questions about the ethics committee here that is called out in the charter reform measure. I just want to, so when we talk about subpoena power, I just want to clarify what the board's authority provided that this passes, because again, this is, if it passes here today, it's going to the voters. This is not going to be codified by us. Will the board have the opportunity to establish subpoena power in the ethics committee if it is approved by the voters?
Thank you for the question, Madam Vice Chair. Yes, Section 711.5 authorizes the board by ordinance to grant subpoena power to the Ethics Commission.
Okay. Okay, I see it here, 711.5. All right, and then there's been a couple of questions about just the staffing of this committee in particular. I will just say, I have never dealt with staffing in a charter change, and I've been a part of a couple of them at the city. The biggest one I think that I've been the most involved in is the Commission on Police Practices. I just want to get clarity from County Council that, of course, that authority will remain with the board, and the appropriate action can be taken provided this passes.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Again, appreciate all the work on this. I'm happy to second the motion along with those changes.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Supervisor Anderson.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. I really want to get to yes. And I've gone through this, but, we had erratas come out, and then we have the errata 4, and I'm reading through it. And, I brought the board letter forward that asked for more time to make sure people in the unincorporated had time to review what we're voting on. This is huge, probably the biggest thing that we voted on thus far in my career on this board. And I'm struggling trying to keep up with all the amendments and the changes. Here's one little section, section 705.3. It strikes a supervisor or an officer shall not attempt directly or indirectly to influence or coerce a purchasing agent in performance of their duty. Exception for the purpose of inquiry. A supervisor shall not deal directly with a purchasing agent for the purpose of buying supplies. The board shall conduct official business with the purchasing agent only as the board convenes in a regular session. In other words, we can't call down to purchasing agents and put undue pressure on them to get a single source contract. That's all been struck. What's there left is an officer shall not attempt directly or indirectly to influence or coerce the director of the Department of Purchasing. We've eliminated supervisor. So we identified the officers earlier, and to me, this is very, very problematic. I think that nobody on this board would try to influence that process, but we had a single source contract that went terribly poorly, that is under criminal investigation, and I need more time. I need to go through this.
Can I just note for you, I want to give this to County Council because they should answer it, but just noting that supervisor means officer.
So
Officer means supervisor.
So I get that.
Okay.
Here's the issue. I'm making the decision on the most important decision because this fundamentally changes the direction. There is no emergency. If we delayed this for 2 weeks, the next board meeting, and give us time to go through it, give me time to go back to my district and let everybody in my district look at it, come back with questions so that I'm fully prepared. But we have 2 amendments today, and I'm thinking, my gosh, how much can you dump on us? I'm not saying in a bad way, but at the same time, I'm not going to vote on this today. So I'd like to get there, but there's no possible way I'm going to get there without fully scrutinizing this and going through every element and then giving you solid feedback, because I believe that there's compromise in the air, and I think that we might be able to get to a bipartisan support and not make this just one party, one ticket.
I really appreciate that, Supervisor Anderson. I do want to take a moment to give County Council a chance to talk about those red lines, because I think that I've also gotten, by the way, same questions, and I went to Council to ask, so I will turn it to them.
Thank you to the chair. The provision that was just referenced, section 705.3, some of the strikeouts were intended to reflect current practice. So, for example, the purchasing director does not purchase supplies, so that's why that was stricken. And then there's also a reference to the non-interference provision, which again directly encapsulates some of these other prohibitions about dealing directly with staff. So this edit doesn't omit or delete any of the previous restrictions. It reconciles it with other provisions of the agreement, and again accounts for changes in practice since this was originally drafted.
Do you think we could, go ahead.
I get that, but that's not what I'm saying. I could go on for the next 4 hours with additional ones. I think it'd be better if I just send them over, have you go through them, and those are just mine. They're not even my constituents' issues. I want to make sure that when I vote for this, it doesn't turn into a deal down the road that people say, why in the heck did you vote for Ash Street? So I thought you'd appreciate that of all.
I did.
So that's where I'm at. If given that time, I could go in this with open eyes and a potential of getting to yes.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Anderson. I really appreciate that. And I would love to think about what kind of support maybe we could direct County Council to give to you and other board members to be able to have those conversations with constituents.
And Madam Chair, everybody that spoke today, I know they came here because they really believe in it. They haven't even read the last edition. They haven't even seen the last. They've only seen their edition whenever they saw it. But changes keep coming across my desk every day. Friday, changes came. Today, changes came. I know some of them aren't up to date. Let's give everybody a chance to be up to date. And look, if a person doesn't care enough to show up and get engaged, that's on them. But I think everybody that showed up today is going to read the full edition and be able to see it and understand it. You know, the other thing that would be helpful is if we knew what current practice is and what the new practice will be. I mean, if there was a side-by-side document, then my next community coffee will only be an hour, not 15, because I won't have to go through them individually. I can just hand them out. So, but that would be very, very helpful to me, and I'd prefer not the next meeting, but the next month's meeting, so that we have 30 days to go through it, because this is epic. I mean, it's a big fundamental change.
I would definitely, if the vice chair would be amenable, be open to adding a recommendation to ask County Council to produce a side-by-side. I still would like to move this forward today. And I mean, to be completely honest, Supervisor Anderson, I think moving something forward today actually helps your point, because then at least it's clear what it is that we're all considering. If we adopt something today, then we have an ordinance that's been adopted on the first reading. We could have a side-by-side, and we could have the second reading at the date you recommend on May 19th, so that before you're asked to weigh in a final way, you would have the chance to have those conversations. So
I think your deadline's in August to get it on the ballot, just so you know. I'm sure you knew that. So it's not like this has to be done today.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Desmond?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I, too, have the same concerns. I didn't know, there's been 4 erratas. And I didn't know if I had the latest errata or not. I actually have in my book 2 sets of documents, and trying to figure out which one is the latest one. And if I'm doing that, I know the public has to be doing that same thing. So, but I understand you want to move forward today. You know, to me, this is the worst form, I think, of politics and self-serving politicians. I really do. This is a self-serving action to put an extension of term limits on the ballot to the benefit of the current board members sitting here today. We would all get that benefit of having a third term. I don't think we should be doing that. I'm convinced that the rest of this item is here to bury and sugarcoat the term limit extension from 2 to 3 terms to improve the optics and sell the expanded term limits. I mean, words like transparency, accountability, independent oversight, we all want those things. And that's being used to sugarcoat and really kind of cloud the basic item of extending the term limits. It's almost like trying to give a pill to your pet, and you know that pet doesn't want it. You put it in cheese, you put it in sugar, you put it in peanut butter, you do that to disguise it. And so that's what's happening here today. Politicians do this all the time with roads. They'll tell you your house is going to catch on fire if you don't increase the sales taxes. I'm supportive of creating an ethics commission, an independent budget analyst, an independent program auditor, and increasing fiscal transparency. But the reason this is part of the an amendment to our charter is because all of these entities are going to be reporting to the board. That doesn't sound very independent to me. And we don't need a charter amendment to create an ethics commission. We don't need a charter amendment to create an independent reviews or a county budget oversight. We don't need that. We could be doing that, and we could have been doing it all along. Here's the Independent Ethics Commission. 7 members. 5 of them appointed by the Board of Supervisors. The other 2 appointed by the County Council, who works for the Board of Supervisors. To me, that does not sound independent at all. Also, the independent budget analyst. The independent budget analyst serves solely at the discretion of the Board of Supervisors. So that doesn't sound very, if you want an independent entities, I'm happy. I think that's great, but it's got to be independent of us and the politicians. Absolutely. These are not independent if they're being, especially the Ethics Commission being appointed by us and somebody who works for us. That doesn't sound independent at all. The Ethics Commission and the independent auditors, I think, are there to mask the true intent of extending the term limits. The ballot question in the term limits buried in the middle of the ballot item, and now the ballot language has gotten even longer. In the center, about the 3rd or 4th line, it starts out with, and our chair read it, shall the San Diego County Charter be amended to create an Ethics Commission, independent budget analyst, an independent program auditor, require public disclosure, spending, required Board of Supervisors confirmation of senior leadership. Next line, set term limits to 3 terms for County Board of Supervisors. To me, that clause is misleading. It says set term limits to 3 terms. We already have term limits. They're set at 2 terms. I asked our county counsel, he says it's legal, but to me, we're expanding the term limits. We're not just setting them, we're expanding them. So to me, the ballot language is misleading. Let's see. In 2010, there was an initiative to limit the Board of Supervisors to 2 terms. It passed by 68%. The people of San Diego County have already spoken, and that ballot initiative was led by and paid for by the SEIU to get that put in place. That was in 2010. And they went out and they collected signatures, like 70,000 signatures, or a lot of signatures they collected from the voters. So that was initiated by the voters. What I don't like about what we're doing today is this is being initiated by politicians to be on the ballot, and the very politicians that are putting this forward are benefiting from the 3rd term going forward. So, and actually, I'm okay with 3 terms. But I think it's self-serving for us to be able to take advantage of it. We were elected, all of us were elected, the voters had voted 2 terms. That's it. 2 terms for us. We all came in on that, we all came in knowing that, and we all, I think, should fulfill that. If we want to go to 3 terms, I think the 3 terms should only apply to supervisors beyond this board. We shouldn't be self-serving or putting something forward that benefits us. I got a couple other things I'm concerned about us. Section 500.4, if it's still that number, would require several top-level positions to be approved by the board before they're hired. We put our trust in our CAO to hire all the people within the organization. We put our trust, if we're influencing, and from the number of people that were as part of the last revision, I think, there's up to 600 managers and directors within the county, within the county that we would have influence, that we, the board, would have influence on them being hired or not. So they're working then at the will of the politicians, not at the will of the CAO, who works for us. I think we're undermining the CAO, and if we don't like who our CAO is hiring, if we don't like what the course, and I heard that from a couple of people today, saying they don't like the course that the managers are within, are going against the board, that needs to be brought to the attention of the chief administrative officer, and that person needs to deal with it. I don't think we're getting too far deep into the weeds. We're the policymakers. We're not the managers. We're not. The hiring should be left to our CAO. So I also, as Supervisor Anderson had mentioned, the non-interference clause is troubling for me, particularly with contracting and purchasing. We should not have any influence over who our contracts are given to or purchasing entities. We should have zero input on this. As I already mentioned, well, here, I'll wrap it up. We can create the Ethics Commission, fiscal transparency, and hire independent auditors. We can do all of that. And if that's what we really want, that I think I'm hearing loud and clear, that's what we should do. But I'll tell you what, as a compromise, I'd like to offer a friendly substitute motion that, or actually just add a motion to add on, now I'll make it a substitute motion. Substitute motion, I'll support this item if the extension of the term limits to 3 terms does not apply to any of the members of this current board.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the thoughtful comments. Just have a question for County Council, because I do think what Supervisor Desmond said directly contradicts my understanding of the current charter provisions. He said that we would already be able to create these independent bodies. My understanding is that if we did create these bodies, they'd report up to the CAO. We have no ability to create any positions. We couldn't create an ethics commission. We couldn't create an independent auditor. We couldn't create a program auditor. We couldn't create an analyst unless it's reporting up through the CAO. There would be no.
That would be fine.
Well, I think that's what is not fine for me. So I think that's maybe the distinction. I'm very interested in kind of the core notion that there should be mechanisms here that are independent and are not kind of part of the, I think frankly our CEO has a lot to manage, right? There's like a lot of, she has, $9 billion of people and demands to manage, and it's really hard to figure out, well, how do you manage program auditing that might then make mad someone you need to get to deliver on some really important program priorities. And that's just a lot to put on one person's plate. I think it's much more important that those functions are independent. And I think the model for that really is the city. At the city there's an independent budget office that reports to the city council. In Congress, there's a congressional budget office that reports to Congress. So is my understanding correct that we would need charter reform if we wanted these functions to report to the board?
I'm going to defer, Madam Chair, to my colleague, Sherry Hoffman, to answer the question.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that's correct as to the independent budget analyst and the independent program auditor. Those would require a charter amendment because the charter specifies which appointed officials report to the Board of Supervisors and states that everybody else reports to the CAO.
Thank you.
So in order to add 2 more appointed offices who report to the board, that would require a charter amendment. The Ethics Commission could be formed without a charter amendment.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Just follow up?
Yeah.
To me, if they're reportable to the board, then they're not independent. I would rather see them, and if you don't like the CAO, how about if they're reportable directly to the people or to the voters as opposed to anybody here, because that would make them truly independent.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Anderson?
I'd just like to point out 2 quick things. One, last I checked in the federal budget, it's not looking so good. It's not easy to track or follow, so I don't think that's a good example. And when we think in terms of the city of San Diego, I can't turn on the news that they aren't fighting each other over budget issues. So I wouldn't use that as an example either if you're trying to promote this on the ballot. The third thing is I did do a little research. Some of the counties in California, the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office does the audit function. In some, the county assessor does the function. So my question to our council, have we looked at, do we have the authority to give that to them? Because that would be independent and they are elected. And one of the things that I really liked is Sandig hired an auditor who was elected. She was the elected auditor of Oakland. And that there's some other counties too where they elect their auditor. And if you're thinking about fully independent, that's a person that's motivated to make sure that we're on the straight and narrow. I do agree with Jim. We have undue influence. Our problem is that we need to be thoughtful in our approach and not micromanaging. We don't need to make the CAO's job more difficult. But Damon, do you know offhand whether we would be able to do that with the charter?
Supervisor Anderson, we don't have that information handy, but I can get it and
So
report
if
back.
only we delayed for 30 days, we could get all this answered, and then we'd come back with fresh eyes in hopefully consensus.
Thank you. I will say again to you, Supervisor Anderson, I think it will actually be helpful for our conversation. I would like to move this forward today. Obviously, I want to hear from Supervisor Desmond, Supervisor Geary, who both have their hand in the queue. But I don't think that precludes the possibility of also bringing another permutation back. You know, we could move this forward, and so that, because there still has to be a second reading, it doesn't mean it's adopted. And then on the 19th, we could consider other options. And I think perhaps if we walk out of here with some questions that you have that we want to help get answered, so that by the 19th, those kind of other options could be on the table. And then there could be multiple options on the table. But I still think it will be really important to anchor this conversation in like a clear vision of like, where are we with at least adopting a first reading of this ordinance. I think that will actually help structure our conversation. But it does not preclude additional conversations on the 19th on the date that you've requested, because I think, as we all know, it has to have a second reading. Chair Pro Tem Geary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by thanking everybody who took the time and came out to speak your voices, whether it was in favor or against. I'm always very thankful to hear all the perspectives. I want to just make a quick comment to what Supervisor Desmond just mentioned about the people having the ability to be independent or have independent oversight. I just want to remind us that we are the voice of the people. We are literally elected to represent the people, and each of us represent at least 600,000 to 700,000 or so constituents. And if your constituents disagree with the direction that you're taking, then that's why we have free and fair elections, so that they may decide to go with someone else. Now, how I understand the independent budget analysis and this independent program oversight, I read it as independent from the enterprise itself. Yeah. And it's such a behemoth of an enterprise, and I say that very in a positive way, but that doesn't mean that it's not difficult to navigate, especially for the public. We heard it quite a lot today, but it's something that, as I was campaigning, I heard it over and over that the budget was not clear and that it was not as accessible as they would like it to be. And that's not a reflection on our CAO, it's just the nature of the beast, if you will. So I think having this ability to conduct an independent budget analysis is very positive. I also like the program oversight, I like the ethics committee. Now, I just want to add that, and I want to be very clear about one part of this proposal, about the term limits provision. I just want to be clear that this vote does not extend anyone's term today. All we're doing is simply giving the voters the opportunity to decide what they want the rules to be going forward. That's all we're doing. If voters want to keep the things the same, then they can. If they want to make change, then they will do that. That decision belongs to them and not to us. So ultimately, I think this is about the public. And one of the best ways we can build trust with the public is to let them weigh in directly. Put it before the voters, let them decide. So at the end of the day, that in itself is democracy. So for that reason, I will be voting yes today on this proposal. Thank you.
That was very eloquent. Thank you very much. I think that was very insightful. Any other comments? It looks like Vice Chair Montgomery Steppe, you still have your hand in the queue.
Yes, Chair. To Supervisor Anderson's point, at least, you know, I am obviously, because I seconded it, I'm good with the motion that we have on the floor today. You know, that is a very interesting concept about the auditor. And so I don't know what's legally permissible at this point, but any additional research around that would be good to have prior to that second reading, and then just for us to have in the event that we want to do anything or make any changes in that vein on May 19th or whenever we see this come back. if that's okay with the
Yeah, 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 for sure. Could you respond to that, County Council?
Yes, I was going to say, Madam Chair, if that's the direction from the board, we will prepare something and send it to the board members prior to the next meeting.
With that kind of information?
Yes, the information that Supervisor Anderson mentioned about that authority being vested within the treasurer, tax collector, or assessor.
Okay, and I think probably also the side-by-side that Supervisor Anderson asked for about the changes.
We can include that as well, yes.
Okay, okay, thank you so much. That would be very helpful. Anything else, Supervisor Anderson, that you think would be helpful for County Council to prepare? The side-by-side, the analysis?
That's awesome. You've already turned down the 30 days, so.
Well, we will, I mean, we will have to consider this again on the 19th.
I know, but if you were to reflect over the 5 years that we've served on this board, we've never changed anything in my memory that's moved forward. So while we say that, and it sounds good, we've actually in practice never changed anything. So that's okay. You've got your votes today.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, go ahead, Supervisor Geary. The Chair Pro Tem was whispering to her colleague that that's not accurate, that just 2 weeks, a month and a half ago, we had an entire ordinance developed with all sorts of input. It moved forward, it was adopted, and then on the second reading, we changed it, and then we had another first reading. So that actually just happened.
Was that the day of our leadership vote?
No, that was.
Okay.
That was.
I stand corrected.
And that was very recent.
Disregard what I said a few minutes ago.
It
was inaccurate.
I think I appreciate the excellent memory of, especially because there were a number of changes to an ordinance that we all thought was done, and then there's a lot of feedback, and then we did not adopt the second reading, and then we had another first reading, and then we adopted it later. So that was just, what, 2 months ago? That's right. So I just would say to you, Supervisor Anderson, I feel very confident that if there is a consensus to go in a different direction, that we will have time to do that, and we can do that on the 19th. What I don't want to do, I think part of what I'm being responsive to is exactly what you said, that things keep changing, amendments come in, there's an errata. I would rather adopt something today so everyone says, okay, well, this is what's moving forward unless there's a change, and at least we're clear what it is, and everyone's on the same page as what it is, instead of there being like a lot of questions and confusion of what the it is. I think that will help. And if in the end, on the 19th, there's a different direction, then we will, I think as a board, vote to not put this on the ballot, and we would adopt a different ordinance. Does that make sense? Is that a correct summary of procedure? Did I misstate anything?
That, procedurally, yes, Madam Chair.
Procedurally, okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, well, thank you for all of the thoughts and participation.
I had one more.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Excuse me, Supervisor Desmond, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to address what Supervisor Aguirre said, and you're right, this is going to the voters. My main beef with this is the fact that the previous term limit question was originated and came from the voters, and then it was put on the ballot. We are putting this forward to put on the ballot, and we are potentially, maybe not always, but we have the potential to benefit from it. And so that's the angst I have, that we should not be doing that. It should be either voter initiated or we don't take advantage of that third term, and then it wouldn't be, but we have the potential to being able to take advantage of that third term. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we have a motion on the floor in a second. Oh, and by the way, Supervisor Desmond, your substitute motion did not get a second, so it will die. It has died. It is dead. It is a dead substitute motion. Your substitute motion is dead. So we have the original motion on the floor with a second. Please vote.
And then as the board is voting, I just want to make one note for the record that when this ordinance comes back for second reading, we will make a change in paragraph 2 of section 1. The date should be November 3rd, 2026. Chair Lawson Remer, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Does everyone need a break? Okay, Supervisor Desmond. Okay, yeah. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 5 till. And we'll move to item 20, launching the San Diego County Film Initiative to drive regional economic growth and job creation. I'm just moving to this item because there's a number of speakers who requested to speak on this item, and they are here, so we want to give them an opportunity to speak. And then after that, we're going to go to diversion, which is item 15, and then item 16, and then item 17. Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. I'm excited to bring this item forward today because it represents a real opportunity for our county to invest in job creation, regional economic growth, and the long-term future of our creative economy. This is about positioning our county to compete for and retain film and media production in a much more effective and strategic way. We know the film industry brings real economic benefit to local workers, small businesses, hotels, restaurants, transportation providers, construction trades, and creative professionals across our region. And the great news is we're not starting from scratch. Our Office of Economic Development and Government Affairs, EDGA, has already done an amazing job to support production activity in San Diego County. And because of that work, we saw the success of one battle after another, which generated nearly $6.8 million in direct local spending right here in our county. That showed us what is possible when the county is organized, responsive, and serious about supporting film production. What this item does is move us from potential to structure. It begins the design and development of, 1, a film office to support operations and permitting and strengthen regional coordination and competitiveness. 2, a film commission to help set regional vision and strategy, advise the board, and facilitate the expertise of community and industry partners. And 3, a rebate program to help attract productions, retain economic activity in our region, and ensure public investment is tied to verified local spending, local hiring, and measurable return for our county. And just as importantly, this is about celebrating what makes San Diego County so special. From the South Bay to East County to North County, our communities offer extraordinary beauty, talent, hospitality, and character. Our region is not only visually stunning, it is culturally rich, deeply skilled, and uniquely binational. Our connection to Baja California is one of the defining assets of this region and part of what makes San Diego County such a compelling place for storytelling and creative work. At its core, this initiative is about building lasting opportunity for the people of San Diego. It will bring productions here, keep productions here, and ensure the economic benefits reach our workers, small businesses, and communities throughout the entire county. So with that, I want to thank my colleagues for the opportunity to bring this forward, and I ask for your support so that we can get San Diego County to work and bring jobs, jobs, jobs to our districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Pro Tem. We'll go to public comment. Do you want to make a motion now or after public comment?
Yes, I'll make the motion.
Okay, happy to.
I was
Do you want a
hoping
second?
I wanted to second
I
it.
will give you the honor.
I'd just like to say, I want to be brief, I had a lovely tour in Supervisor Aguirre's, and one of the stops was all the work they're doing on this, and it's very exciting, and I think that we have got some great opportunities to jobs, jobs, jobs.
Okay, thank you. Sounds great. Okay, so let's go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 21 requests to speak on this item, 17 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 4 e-comments, 3 in support and 1 in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 20 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. Because there are 10 or more speakers on this item, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. And I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll call you in groups of 3, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Consuelo, Cesar Javier, and Tom Glover. If I've called your name, please come forward. And you can come forward in any order. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tom Glover. I'm here to speak in favor of the San Diego County Film Initiative. I come today as a dad to speak about a dream. I'm the father of a young adult on the spectrum. Like many other neurodiverse folks, success in school, making friends, and accessing society as a whole can be difficult. The one place where these barriers disappear is where my son and I are at the movies. We can laugh, we can cry, we can learn about others, simply enjoy a good story, and together, without all the other noise in this world. This art form makes a positive difference in his and my life. My son has created several short films, with one featured here in San Diego. Making these films builds his self-esteem, fuels his passion. He's engaged, prepared, and more importantly, sharing his unique voice with the world. I am very proud of him. Please vote in favor of this initiative so my son can dream of having his society support his great love, filmmaking.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Allegedly Audra, Michael Brando, and Mark.
Okay, so I'm going to double down. Okay, Consuelo here. Here we go. You're proposing a film initiative to drive economic growth and job creation. But let's not ignore the reality. There's a reason the industry that once had roots in La Mesa moved north to LA. It didn't just leave it concentrated there because of infrastructure, incentives, and scale that San Diego simply does not have. So the question is, are we being honest about what this actually is? Because if this turns into another taxpayer-funded experiment with vague promises and no measurable return, we've seen that story before. San Diego is not LA, and that's exactly why people love it here. So don't LA our beautiful coastal community, centered county, in the name of chasing an industry that already found its home. If you want real economic growth, invest in what actually works here, not in trying to replicate something that doesn't.
Next speaker, please.
Oh, so Punta Paloma, I'm wondering if people can only participate if they agree with what the county stands for. Are you not going to allow everyone? Although you say that's inclusive, so it's very interesting. And storytelling, we definitely need storytelling when the world around us is crumbling, right? And definitely, Paloma, do not have them go to IB, because they will be poisoned there. So I think we need to really think about that and make sure that we put some kind of like geofencing around where they can go, just because we don't want to make it look bad if they like die from that cyanide and stuff. But I'm just thinking, it's like we have so many homeless people and people suffering. Is this really money that we're going to need to spend on creating a film office and a commission and all this stuff? Where's that going to come from? The backs of the people that are working really hard and that are about to lose everything because they can barely afford to eat. But at least we're going to give them films so that they can just pretend like that's not happening. Storytelling is so good, right? You guys are great at it.
I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Andrea Ebbing, Greg Soisdrzal, and Liliana Barba.
I use the name Michael. I love items like this because it really shows the level of narcissistic abuse. What do I mean by that? Because on the surface, this sounds beautiful, like that man who had genuine comments about his son. Art is a beautiful thing. Movies are a beautiful thing. But when people look at what the evil and depravity that this board did the last 6 years, and then now want to get their little dirty Paloma paws in on this, it's filthy. You weren't concerned about businesses and economic development during this issue, the whole coronavirus scamdemic. You destroyed people's lives. And now you want to say, I want to do good and make San Diego do good. There's probably ulterior levels in this that we don't know about, and I don't have time to research. You will not prevail. You've already failed. We do not consent. We do not comply.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name, again, is Greg Soisdrzal. I'm the president of IATSE 122 here. I'm tired of watching San Diego's grow talent for everyone else while other people struggle to build a future here. They deserve more than being asked to hold this industry together without real support. They deserve real opportunity, and they deserve a San Diego that invests in them the way that they have invested in this region for years. That is exactly why we are doing this, because our workers, our artists, our crews, our small businesses, and our young people should be able to build a life here without having to leave home just to find a future. This region already has the talent, the creativity, and the workforce. What we have been missing is the structure to support it. This effort is about changing that. It's about creating jobs, supporting local businesses, opening doors for new talent, and building a San Diego where creative workers do not just come from here, but they can build a future here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Andrea Ebbing, and I just think the city and county should connect on what the initiatives are, because city wants to cut all of the arts funding while county wants to invest. I personally do like the idea. I think it will drive hotel room nights. It will drive business to local businesses, restaurants, that sort of thing. So I think it's a pretty good idea. I just wonder what all of the arts cuts that Gloria has proposed and how that's going to affect that. I also would stress that if we are to attract that kind of talent from the filmmakers, producers, actors, whoever we're bringing in, we want to invite them to a really beautiful, clean, safe place to visit. It's really embarrassing in the state of our city right now. It's not every part of the county, but the city of San Diego, and I think that's where it's going to be primarily concentrated, so we'd want to focus on improving that. Thank you.
I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers: Richard Ciaba, Jane Hare, and Mike Logan.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Liliana Barba, and I'm here on behalf of Assembly Member Alvarez in strong support of the San Diego County Film Initiative. I also submitted a letter of support on his behalf. This initiative represents a major opportunity to strengthen our regional economy and create pathways to high-quality jobs, particularly in South San Diego County. This initiative is a key opportunity for our region to develop the Chula Vista Entertainment Complex, which has the potential to become a major production hub in Southern California. Last year, Assemblymember Alvarez worked with Senator Steve Padilla and other partners to strengthen the California's film and television tax credit program. These reforms create stronger incentives to make San Diego County more competitive. South San Diego County sits at the center of a vibrant binational region that offers unique locations and rich cultural storytelling. Thank you.
My name is Richard Ciaba, and I am a proud member of IATSE Local 122. I strongly urge you to move forward with the full San Diego Film Initiative. San Diego is uniquely positioned to support a thriving film and television industry. We already have the skilled local workforce, the creative talent, and with the development of the CVEC, the infrastructure needed to support production. On top of that, our region offers some of the most beautiful and diverse filming locations in the country. Working as a scenic carpenter at the Old Globe Theater in Balboa Park, we create high-quality sets and scenery for world-class productions. That level of craftsmanship and dedication I see there demonstrates the strength of our local talent. I would welcome the opportunity to bring that same passion and expertise to film and television production down here in San Diego, rather than having to look to Los Angeles for those opportunities or career paths. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jane Hare. I own a production company for the last 30 years called Everon Media, and I'm also the past president of San Diego Media Pros, which is a nonprofit educational organization. So I'm pretty well versed in what's happening locally and nationally in the production industry. I understand that a consultant would be the next step to assess how a film office and a film commission may operate. I wondered how the production community can help ensure that the consultant has broad access to resources, including a clear understanding of the structure of this complex industry and the many success stories that we're seeing elsewhere that we can use as best practices. It's easy to think of lights, camera, action, equipment, and celebrities, but I work as a producer, which means I'm really more about project management and risk management. And my part of the project lasts for 6 weeks or maybe 6 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers, Jordan Jacobo, Thierry Dennis, and Rachel Hayes. I've called your name, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Mike Logan. I am the founder and CEO of Craftworks Productions here in San Diego. I've been in the film business since '95, and it's time for us to basically bring a film commission back. It's not a hobby of what we do. My company supports IATSE, which is right behind us, SAG-AFTRA, the San Diego County Film Initiative. And it is an absolute passion of what we do. It creates jobs, as you've heard. And my company has developed a grip and electric class that is basically going to serve our industry, which will essentially bring in, after we train all of San Diego, it will bring in other grips and electrics from other parts of the country, which brings in money for hotels and local spending. So it's a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
My name is Jordan Jacobo. Austin, Texas, which is slightly smaller than San Diego, has a film commission that offers lucrative incentives, provided productions hire locals and pay a living wage. As a result, they boast a return on investment of almost 470%. The proposed future incentives of the SDC Film Initiative will strive for the same. The question now is, can it work here? During its roughly 6 weeks of production in San Diego County, the film One Battle After Another brought an estimated $7 million into our economy. That's about $150,000 a day, or just over $1 million a week. But San Diego cannot hope to make a return if we do not invest. The time is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Thierry Dennis. I'm a commercial director and co-founder of a local production company. From my personal experience, productions here hesitate to shoot here or skip local hires and investment when they do, not because we lack the talent or resources, we really don't, but because we lack the visibility and the infrastructure to make using those resources feel safe. And it seems like the lack of confidence runs both ways. A few years ago, our own tourism board hired an LA production company with an LA crew to shoot a campaign about San Diego. This year, the San Diego Zoo Wildlife Alliance did the same to shoot the new San Diego Zoo campaign. When even San Diego Focus campaign, paid in part by San Diego County taxpayer money, are produced by out-of-town companies and crews, you know something is wrong at a structural level. Producers and agencies are understandably wary of committing resources to a region that doesn't even have a basic support structure like a county-wide film office. That's why I support the San Diego County Film Initiative, and I encourage you to vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, I'll invite the remaining speakers in person, Daniel Goodman and Jaron Hodder, and then a final call for Mark and Cesar Javier. Thank you.
Hi, Rachel Hayes, representing herself, supporting my friends with the IATSE Local 122. Bring film back. I remember, I grew up here, Renegade, Silk Stockings, a bunch of TV shows. I was actually extras in. Didn't have to have my SAG card because I didn't have lines. It was great, it was fun. This will bring money. This will bring jobs for local people, not out-of-towners. This will bring people that want to come here, like Leonardo DiCaprio. They just did a movie, Novocaine, and they used aerial shots of San Diego because they couldn't film the movie here and wanted to.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. My name is Dan Goodman. I'm a stagehand with IATSE 122, and I'm a local filmmaker. I'm here in favor of keeping and bringing jobs to San Diego. The recent proposed cuts to the arts and entertainment in San Diego, they're not some abstract thing, they're my job. San Diego's creative economy supports 170,000 jobs and generates over $10 billion a year. Even the nonprofit arts sector alone supports more than 35,000 jobs locally. San Diego Film Initiative is designed to attract productions, create local jobs, and keep spending here in our city instead of losing it to places like Los Angeles and Atlanta. So if our issue is the budget, I'd encourage you to look at solutions like the San Diego Film Initiative that don't come at the expense of the working people. Because as of recent, it feels like the city of San Diego has been balancing the budget on the backs of the creative workforce. So please vote in favor of this initiative and return economic prosperity to San Diego.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jaron. I'm a college student and aspiring filmmaker here in San Diego County. I moved here a little over a year ago, and I was shocked by the gap between how much creative potential is here in San Diego and how little support exists to help this industry grow. The talent is here, there are locations here, there's a generation of young filmmakers who want to build careers here, but too often it feels like the only way forward is to leave to LA. I'm here with my friend and colleague Mauricio Cantu, and we may be some of the youngest people speaking on the issue, and that matters because this decision affects whether people like us see San Diego as a place to stay, work, and create. Supporting this initiative means investing in jobs, local artists, small businesses, and the future of this region's creative economy. Our generation wants this, and this city needs this, and you have the power to make it real. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hold bold. Not satisfied with the political theater in this chamber, you want to expand to movie making, but clearly you don't know how. So a new office and 2 new bureaucracies, rebates. Why does the county need to be involved in everything? It will cost lots more than 100 thou. We're in a huge economic crisis from the feds to the city. Save your money. How about coordinating with existing film and artistic studios for college programs? Surprising you didn't mention the District 1 Chula Vista Entertainment Complex. You didn't mention the 150 Westerns filmed in La Mesa between 1911 and 12, before Hollywood. Then SNL Studios also in La Mesa. And the 100,000.
Hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. We're skipping ahead to item 20 because somebody in the film group obviously donated to Manuela's campaign. Which union? Because this item admits that the advisory group will be composed of labor partners. It's pay to play just like Hollywood. Might as well stay there. And Joel, what tour was there of yet another City of San Diego bailout? Was it taxpayer funded? Was the public invited? I predict, one, the 100K backroom deal consultant is going to quickly spend $1 million because that doesn't include programs, committees, or other mystery projects. Plus, there's no cap or metrics to the spending. 2, other funding will be benefiting connected, non-local Mexican citizens in Baja. This is allegedly a county program, but not really, because Manuela loves Mexico sewage polluting Imperial Beach at record rates on a daily basis. Easy to do when she really lives in La Mesa on Fairway Drive. 3, you know what's really going to pay for these films? Tara Trump and SEIU's future property taxes, sales taxes, and payroll taxes. Who needs propaganda movies when real horror films happen within this torture chamber, political theater included?
Thank you. We'll hear from our final caller.
Wow. I love the fact that you keep on proving me right. And so clearly the union needed you to go ahead and fast forward this one to it so you make exceptions for the union, but you refuse to do that for the people. Matter of fact, you could care less about what the people say, hence 1 minute. And on top of that, regarding the production, Hell, I was almost cast in friggin' Veronica Mars. There wasn't a really problem there. We just did not pay them to promote propaganda. Now you want that. You want a particular team. Well, of course, since we have faulty elections and now you control the elections through the third-party organizations and you cover it using the NVRA regulations without ever once fixing the problem, which is all documented, by the way, down through the Heritage Foundation, which I've been telling you for years. So if you want to continue playing this game, by all means.
Thank you. For the record, that speaker identified themselves as gambler. Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor in a second. Chair Pro Tem McGarry, you have your hand up.
I just want to close by thanking everybody who came out and stayed all day to support the item. And I also want to specifically thank Senator Steve Padilla and Assemblymember David Alvarez for their work around the tax incentives. That's important work. And lastly, just want to say a proud extra in the film of Lords of Dogtown, which was filmed in Imperial Beach.
You were?
Proud
No
surfer extra in John from Cincinnati, which was also filmed in Imperial Beach. And just FYI, Leo DiCaprio did stay at Pier South Hotel in Imperial Beach. So thank you.
I can't believe you were on Lords of Dogtown.
Yeah,
Can I get an
the
autograph?
first scene when it opens, the bodyboarder coming down, that's me.
I'm totally going to watch it. Okay,
It's like
that's so...
It's like 1 millisecond, but it's
Wow, that's very cool. Well, I just want to say I'm just really grateful for the enthusiasm of our entire creative film community in bringing this together and putting this together and having the vision to drive this forward. This is great. You know, I think we should be doing everything we can. So I really appreciate the leadership of my colleague to bring this to the board. Happy to support Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp.
Just real briefly, I want to say thank you, Chair Pro Tem, for your leadership here. I'm happy to support the creation, all of the recommendations, one including the creation of the film office, and looking forward to receiving that implementation plan and getting all the cities on the same page. And you know, it is quite the effort, but it is a needed one. So thank you for bringing it forward.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Seeing no further requests to comment.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think we're moving on to item 15. That's next, right, Andrew? Okay.
Next item for discussion is item 15, entitled Expanding Regional Homeless Diversion Efforts, Reallocating Building Partnership Funds, and Authorizing a Contract with the San Diego Housing Commission. This item was brought forward by Chair Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you all so much, and thank you.
Supervisor Anderson, sorry, excuse me.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for the partnership with Supervisor Anderson.
Hi, Ms. Montgomery.
Can we have a moment? We need to quiet down. Okay. Thank you all. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the partnership of Supervisor Anderson in bringing this forward. And also, I see some leadership in our audience today. I want to thank the partnership of Steve Cushman in particular in helping us put this together and bring this forward. Supervisor Anderson, would you like to begin with opening remarks, or I can? It's up to you.
Why don't you go first?
Great. Happy to do so, and then I can give you the floor, and then we can go to comments. So I think, just zooming back, I mean, we all agree, kind of cross bipartisan, nonpartisan, that homelessness is a major issue in our region that we have to be laser focused on tackling. And the 2025 point in time count was really the first time that we saw any kind of meaningful decrease over 12 months. So this is also the first time we're housing more people every month than are falling into homelessness. So this kind of progress doesn't just happen on its own. It's the result of sustained, ongoing investments, focus, and programs from all of our different counties and cities trying to move the needle on a really, really difficult problem. So, unfortunately, while we've been making progress, we also know that we now are seeing disinvestment, by both the state and federal government in some of our key homelessness programs. So this is putting us, making it really imperative that we continue to focus on fast, flexible programming that can stop homelessness and people's housing situation to becoming entrenched. We know that the most effective interventions, the most effective solutions happen when we can get to folks before they've really been on the streets for multiple months, and really making sure that we really stop them from kind of becoming entrenched in our homelessness system. So we know that diversion is not going to solve every person's problems, and it's not designed to, but what it is designed to do is to reach people in that critical, fundamental moment of crisis, right when they're at an inflection point in their lives, where if they're able to get support and get into stable housing and get stabilized, then they will be able to hold down a job, apply for whatever benefit programs that they're eligible for, and stay out of our homeless system. And if we don't get them in that moment of crisis, we really miss the window. So that's what diversion is all about. That's why it's called diversion. It's about diverting people from becoming homeless right at that exact moment when they're most vulnerable. So what's on the table and what we're asking for support today is the second round of our regional homeless diversion program. We did a first round, I think it was, Supervisor, about a year and a half ago, and proved remarkably successful, remarkably efficient, a really extraordinary partnership with philanthropy, where the county put in a little bit of money and our philanthropic community came together and put in the rest of it. And we had really extraordinary results in terms of cost efficiency of keeping people stably housed and from falling into homelessness. I think it's a kind of example of a program that works and works for a fairly low cost per person. So the $1.1 million from the county would leverage about the same from other sources, so looking for philanthropic matching funds. And some of these sources include the San Diego Foundation, Primus Foundation, the Cushman Foundation, the Jewish Community Foundation, and the City of San Diego. And according to, or based on the experience we had in the program we launched a year and a half ago, we anticipate about 600 households exiting homelessness. So that's a lot for that amount of money. That's incredibly efficient if you kind of compare the cost that's spent to house folks for a month or 6 months or sometimes years versus the cost per family and per household for keeping people out of homelessness. The regional scale, I think, is really important because we are a region. As San Diego County, we're responsible for our entire county. And so we're going to be partnering with at least 20 providers countywide. And about a third of the programming and program partners and funding is dedicated to the unincorporated areas where there's really nobody else to take on this role at all. And while we will continue partnering with our cities, they have to do their share within their city boundaries. And in our unincorporated areas, we have a significantly greater obligation to do significantly more. So just a little bit of backstory about where this money is coming from. I think this is kind of a good success of identifying programs that aren't working and pivoting the money to programs that are working. So the funding is to be reallocated from the Building Partnerships Program. And as people might recall, this was our sleeping cabins program, where only one grant was awarded, and basically, I think, was it 6 cabins built or something not acceptable at all in terms of effectiveness. So we're taking the money from an ineffective program, giving it to a proven effective program. We know in the first round of diversion in 2023, $1.5 million helped about 600 households. It was about a $3,000 one-time cost per household, and this should be contrasted with $15,000 for average cost for a shelter, which is the average cost if someone ends up in a shelter. So what I thought was most impressive about the program data was that 96% are still housed 12 months later. That's amazing. That's like huge. It means that a one-time intervention really changed the course of lives, which I think is the kind of thing that we're looking at. So what does this mean very concretely? What kind of situations? Maybe someone lost their job, so they've missed a paycheck, they have a major medical bill, they have a car repair costs that they have to repair the car, or they can't get to work. If they don't repair their car, then they're gonna lose their job and not be able to pay their rent. So diversion covers arrears, deposits, moving costs, utilities, and catches people before shelter. So again, thank you so much for all the partners working on this. And turn to Supervisor Anderson.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to thank you for partnering with me on this. We know these projects work. They're changing lives for the better. And every time we can intervene before somebody finds themselves homeless, it's far better for society to intervene before rather than after. Although both are important, this is money well spent lifting people in our community. So thank you for your help.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I actually forgot to make it. So I will make a motion. Would you like to second it? Yes, I will. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I will go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 16 requests to speak on this item, 8 in person and 8 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 5 e-comments, 2 in support, 2 in opposition, and 1 neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 15 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 1 minute to address the board since there are 10 or more speakers on this item. We'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Consuelo, Kelsey Parra, and Teresa Beaucamp. If I've called your name, please come forward. Not seeing, here comes Consuelo, thank you. And I'll call 3 additional speakers, Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra, and Michael Brando.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Dang it, okay, so you're reallocating $1 million from a failed program into another without clearly explaining why the first one failed. Recycling failure is not strategy. The people of San Diego have watched millions get poured into homelessness programs and affordable housing that frankly most people can't actually afford. At this point, calling it affordable isn't just misleading, it's insulting. Now we're told this will work because you're partnering again through the City of San Diego Housing Commission and authorizing another contractor. But again, here's the pattern, same system, same contractor, same result. You go with the lowest bidder, the most convenient option, and then act surprised when the outcomes are low quality and short-lived. You get what you pay for. And meanwhile, real people, people who...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Teresa Beauchamp, Encinitas, California. Good afternoon, board members. I'm here speaking on behalf of St. Andrew's Faith and Action Committee in support of this highly effective, proven program. We see hardworking families hit by a perfect storm of medical emergencies and sudden job loss. Take the Miller family. Facing eviction due to father's job loss and a child's leukemia treatment costs, Diversion provided a lifeline, negotiating rent with the landlord while the father secured new work. Diversion is cost-effective and prevents the trauma of displacement. Please support this resolution to keep families stable and thriving.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite the remaining speakers in person, Mark and Andrea Ebbing.
I use the name Michael. Oh, bravo, Joel. You're almost just as good as a linguistic gaslighter as Tara Lawson-Remer. We know these programs work. Now, that woman just described a positive experience, so I'm not saying people can't have a positive experience. But when you look at what's caused homelessness, and when you look at what Tara Lawson-Remer doesn't talk about, she did not talk about how this is somehow tied to the American Ruination Plan Act funds, ARPA funds, remember that? Where people did experience trauma when they were subjected to the coronavirus scamdemic, but not only that, subjected to horror when employers were trying to get people to do this, and then you turn around now and present, oh, we're gonna help people. No, you're not doing that. We see right through you. We do not consent, we do not comply.
Next speaker, please.
I'm Andrea Ebbing. I like the idea of giving people an option that is not related directly to addiction. I think that's the first thing. The second thing is we do have a free, immediately available diversion to homelessness, and that is the malicious and false prosecutions of so many people out of the district attorney's office. Like myself, I am so thankful for my family and my genetics and the way I turned out, because I actually survived like 130 hearings, multiple attempted murders, 4 false imprisonments of Summer Stephan. And in this last one, oh no, the one before the last one, I was housed with Amy Hernandez from the harm reduction case. And first of all, we should not be granting millions of dollars to former meth addicts. That's the first thing. So the CEO is a former meth addict who I found out was actually overdosing on the samples in the office. So they came to be tested, she was overdosing on them. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
You guys are good at storytelling. It's good. You paint a good picture, like you guys really care. But it's interesting to listen to psychopaths who make it so that people can't even live life. They're just wondering, am I gonna be able to feed my kids today? Should I eat or should I feed them? But it's okay, because you guys have a program to offer once you do that, right? You're like, it's okay if we take everything, because we're gonna be here to pick up the pieces. We're gonna be here to make sure that it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be a lighter fall. I mean, are you guys really serious about this? Like, you're gonna work with the city of San Diego when there's homeless people right outside the building every night? Like, downtown is full of homeless people. And we're like, these programs work. No, more and more people are actually going into homelessness. I don't care what your count says, because you have people that are corrupted counting. And this is a business, and you have no intention on stopping it. But you do have every intention on making sure that you're there to pick up the people once you make them fall.
Thank you. Final call for Kelsey Parra, Cesar Javier, and Mark. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
All aboard. Excuse me. A great idea, giving $1 million from a failed program to a program that actually works. But it's unfortunate that the city of San Diego is involved to prolong this crisis in the first place, pushing it out to the rest of the county rather than solving it right there. Just ask them how Midway Rising is going. And by the way, all of their other homeless projects. The city of San Diego is dysfunctional, has wasted millions on housing, has a hard time making it affordable, and you should find a better contractor. It may be cheap, but you get what you pay for. And we're talking about people who can contribute greatly to society, and many of them have. Diversion might work, might also not work.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
It's true. Tara, did you say that the state new scum is defunding homelessness services? What another wannabe king. But doesn't the county have plenty of money for the billion-dollar homeless industrial complex? Because you guys just started a multi-million-dollar film industry, right? For the pay-to-play film minions that love me because I'm way more entertaining than they'll ever be. Tara, you mentioned inflection points. Have you ever seen one in Encinitas at one of your 3 homes? I doubt it unless you visited the CRC, of course, a little far from DeWitt. This item is yet another lost revenue strategy, money shuffle from Joel. It's like spending over $11,000 of gifted payments to the county on personal mailers. You know, maybe there's a reason he was fined $20,000 by the FPPC. It's another untransparent Terra backroom deal with the San Diego Housing Commission to help fill the corrupt city of San Diego's major deficit for complete mismanagement for 6 years running. But the question is, who's going to bail out the county? Nobody, right? So I'm calling it now. The county of San Diego is going to be bankrupt by this year. The only way it won't happen is if Tara and Manuela go to prison now and become the homeless ones.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Becky Raff, and I support the efforts to reduce homelessness. But if we're serious about long-term impact, we must divert residents experiencing experimenting with drugs, leading to drug abuse and addiction. We need to focus more on prevention, especially when it comes to substance use and youth education. Right now, many young people are growing up with the perception that drugs such as marijuana is harmless. That perception doesn't come out of nowhere. It's shaped by what we see normalized in our communities. And when the risks aren't clearly communicated, silence becomes endorsement. We know that early substance use is linked to higher risks of dependency, mental health challenges, and housing instability. If we want fewer people entering the homeless system in the future, we have to start before the crisis hits. And that means investing in honest, science-based drug education.
We'll hear from the next caller.
You know who it is. So how you guys doing? Clearly, when, I'm clearly faced with really approaching homelessness just based off of the PTSD that you gave me by basically when you fired me. You know the whole history about me, protesting our elections, basically trying to convince you to take a look at the MVRA regulations and give me an adequate solution to what took place in the 80s, which is documented. But instead of doing that, you filed a restraining order, and then you ended up giving golden parachutes. So I'm really curious, are you going to give me shit? Because when COVID happened and you told everyone to work, I didn't get anything. I couldn't qualify for anything because I was, unpaid leave? I mean, it's freaking amazing. And I told you guys publicly in this meeting, in this room. And then now you're saying this shit?
Thank you. We'll hear from the final caller this afternoon.
Pam, Tara, you just insulted 99% of the residents in the county. Just a little bit of money, that's all we're spending. All right, 28 NGOs can't handle this. This is a bipartisan failure that we're even working on this. A decrease of 7% on your point in time count from 2024 matched up against the per month of 1,089 falling into homelessness for the first time. Really? These numbers are bad. They don't look good. Let the 28 NGOs take care of this, because remember, it's just a little bit of money, $1.1 million, that the county can't afford.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. And thanks for you, the Chair, bringing, and Supervisor Anderson bringing this forward. Yeah, I think it's a smart move. The $1.1 million that Building Partnerships Program was not utilizing. I think we need to put it to good use and try to get people off the streets as best we can. So thank you for bringing it. I'll be supportive.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the floor in a second. Seeing no more requests to speak, please vote.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Moving on to item 16. This is the item expanding immigrant legal defense and know your rights resources through a partnership with the Mexican consulate. Chair Pro Tem, would you like to begin or shall I? Go ahead. Okay. Great. First of all, I just really want to thank my colleague for her partnership on this issue. There's really no one better to work with on kind of bridging. How do we figure out how to get our governments, the Mexican government and the American government, to sort of figure out how to get our ducks in a row and work together. Just really appreciate your leadership on this as well. So just to give a little bit of context, this is really about a partnership with the Mexican consulate to share information and hopefully to get some additional resources from the Mexican consulate to support the operations of our existing county program. It's really about access to information and access to legal representation through our immigrant legal defense program. And the Mexican consulate has stepped up as a partner developing a Know Your Rights toolkit to help families plan ahead. And so this would allow those materials to be distributed in county facilities and on county locations. So there's no cost associated with that whatsoever. In fact, if anything, it's the opposite. We'd be able to utilize resources being developed by the Mexican consulate. The second half of this deepens that partnership by allowing our public defender's office to work with the Mexican consulate, where the Mexican government could could pay for the legal services if they're being offered to Mexican nationals. So this would be a very cost-effective approach to expand access to justice and representation, but without adding costs to the county. So I think that's really important here. I know that there is a little bit of potentially inaccurate information circulating regarding this item, that it was somehow increasing costs to the county. It's actually quite the opposite. By utilizing materials that have already been developed by the Mexican consulate and distributing those in county facilities. And then secondly, by exploring potentially memorandum of understanding or some kind of agreement, it could create an opportunity or a pathway to help offset some of the costs of this program and have the Mexican consulate foot a piece of the bill, which would be a very cost-effective approach to ensure folks who deserve due process receive due process, but without increasing costs and, in fact, reducing costs to the county. So just to be clear, that's what this is about, and I think it's really kind of the kind of strategic partnerships that we should be looking at, where we continue filling a really vital role in protecting due process in our community, but doing it in a way that reduces the costs that our county budget face. So with that, happy to turn it over to Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add that we all know we're currently living through a time marked by the cruel intentionality of Trump's immigration policies that are clearly designed to spread fear, separate families, and strip people of stability and due process, most importantly. That's why this partnership matters. In moments like this, we can't afford to stand alone or respond in silos. We need strong, trusted partners willing to come together to protect our communities. And I am proud of the partnership we are pursuing with the Mexican consulate. This effort presents an important opportunity to help families facing detention and possible separation get critical support, reliable information, and legal resources when they need it most. I want to take a moment to recognize the tireless work being done every day by community members. They're really stepping up to keep each other safe, support families in crisis, and raise funds dollar by dollar to help people fight their cases. I see that work, I respect that work, and I want our communities to know that I am here to advocate and to find ways to help. I want to thank you, Chair, for your partnership on this letter, and I hope to gain the support of our colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 14 requests to speak on this item, 7 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 6 e-comments, 1 in support and 5 in opposition. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 16 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals: Consuelo, Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra.
I got it. Expanding immigrant legal defenses by partnering with Mexico. Interesting. So now we can partner with Mexico. Now the urgency is here. Now there's coordination. But where has that same energy been for the decades-long sewage crisis coming straight from the TJ River into San Diego? Millions of gallons of raw sewage closing beaches and making people sick. So, I mean, where the pressure was, that's nothing, because evidently partnering with them for this is more important. That tells me everything I need to know about priorities and what you're actually doing here. Allocating resources to defend individuals who knowingly bypass the legal process while there are countless others waiting, following the rules, doing it the right way. You don't get to ignore that, because fairness matters and orders matter, and right now you're sending a message that cutting the line gets rewarded.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite additional speakers in person. Michael Brando, Mark, and Andrea Ebbing.
Mexico paying for Mexicans to stay in America. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. So we can work with Mexico, as she was saying. That's great. And you guys know that due process when you come illegally is to be deported, right? But do we want to change what due process is and then pretend like Americans get it? It's so interesting because I feel like this is racist. You're not inclusive of all of the immigrants that have come through Mexico. I mean, Mexico is even sending the Mexicans back the last few years. And so all the people that came were not these Mexicans who have been here for 30 years that are coming out of the woodworks. So it's interesting to see how you guys want to bait and switch and act like this is a Mexican thing. No, they came from Mexico. And there are people that are in very dangerous places that are coming here, like terrorists and things like that, but we're not going to acknowledge that, because you guys want to act like this is what's happening. It's very interesting because you guys have lied to people, and now you're just, let's work with Mexico. Good.
Next speaker, please. I've called your name.
Sorry. Sorry. Okay, Andrea Ebbing, and due process. Very, very important. Again, back to Summer Steffen. If we want to enact SB 54 properly, how could we do so when church and state live in the same house? We were present for a SANDAG meeting in which they were saying that, Argus wasn't really affected, and, maybe a few people were accessing information illegally. A few? If they were willing to admit to a few, probably a few thousand. And if Summer Stefan needs a warrant to remove Abuelita so she can make room for her Afghan evac agenda that got shut down, because even though I reported it all over the county, nobody did anything, but then I finally reported it to the Marines and Navy and DOJ and White House, and then it got shut down. But there are still a lot of people that are being imported, so I think it's a broad issue. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speaker in person, Sique Calderon Vargas.
I used the name Michael. Bravo, Paloma. You are just as good as a gaslighter as Tara Lawson-Remer. The cruel intentionality of Trump, I agree. He comes across as a psychopath. Cruel intentionality. But this is a great example of what caused this issue. Biden, another person that came across as a psychopath, and Nora Vargas as well, by having all of these people come over. I love how you say that there's no cost. That may be true, there's no cost, but you can bet your bottom dollar that there's some kind of revenue being made through the court system by offering all this assistance. It's not just about helping people. That's the altruistic, love-bombing, flattery thing that says, oh, we're doing good, we're helping people. And maybe some people can get some help, but the overriding thing is that there's definitely some kind of revenue being made, and I don't have time to research all that. It's just important to call this out. We do not consent, we do not comply.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Dr. Sique Calderon Vargas. I'm the Director of Latina Services at the San Diego LGBT Community Center. I stand before you today in strong support of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Consulate of Mexico. The ILDP has already served over 2,000 of our neighbors, many of them LGBTQ people who fled violence, persecution, and death, and who arrived here with nothing but hope. As ILDP advocates, a coalition of organizational leaders deeply invested in this program, we have watched this program grow with both pride and urgency. We know a funding deficit is coming, and we know we cannot face it alone. The consulate is not just a partner on paper. The center already has our own MOU with them. We know what they bring: trust, reach, and a deep commitment to their people. We need this partnership. Our communities need this partnership. Please sign the memorandum. Justice for immigrants is justice for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Bold. The immigrants who are being mass deported by ICE they certainly deserve legal representation, and I am glad that the Mexican government has stepped up to the plate and agreed to provide some level of legal services for these people. This is very generous of them, in fact, since they appear to be only marginally involved. The bulk of recent immigrants and deportees seem to be mostly from other countries. And a comment about the people who ICE is deporting, not all, I mean, yeah, a lot of them, most of them seem to have crossed the border illegally. I'm not sure to what extent that's crime, but some of them have not.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. Working with Manuela's trusted partner, the Mexican government, not on stopping the sewage, oh no, on bringing in illegal aliens funded with county tax dollars. You trolls are even willing to work with a foreign entity, the cartel-run Mexican consulate, to traffic people. The question is, does the county inequitably intend not only illegal aliens from Mexico being allowed to eat our tax dollars, or do illegal aliens from any country also qualify for help? We already know anti-Imperial Beach Mexico loyalist Manuela loves to pretend she's a Mexican citizen. But why didn't the county consider any other country's consulate? Many illegals who broke into the country during the open border era came from communist Vietnam. Aren't those your people, Tara, having Hanoi Jane as a campaign donor? You anti-American traitors on the board, I can assure you that there are lawsuits building against this agenda item. What happens if the federal government hears about this unconstitutional activity and decides to shut down this Mexican consulate front organization, now operating as a cartel human trafficking ring? Good luck. You're going to need it, I can assure you.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Well, still shifting our priorities. You do recognize that you haven't completely and utterly handled me yet, right? I understand you think you handled Andrea, but I'm glad I met her. Shows a lot of similarities, don't you? I mean, but the problem is, I think I set up a pretty good defense to the point the fact that the media will not cover another story for you guys against me, no matter what I say. You know that, and I know that. So, if you want to continue diverting our funds, and you could go in and look at the homeless facility, and the only reason why it's going down now is because you have to do something because the federal government wants to see answers instead of money getting funneled. Why don't you be honest with the people for once? Just one time. Hell, Jim, can you grow a friggin' spine? No, you clearly.
We'll hear from the final caller.
Pam, this is my favorite agenda item today. Paloma wants to partner with the Mexican consulate. They don't want to take the immigrants that are over here, so they're going to help keep them staying here. But you want to partner with the Mexican consulate, all the while sewage is vomited into our country, harming American citizens. This is reason number one against this partnership. The sewage is not a true priority of concern of Paloma. And yes, criminal defendants facing immigration removal do not have constitutional right to appointed counsel. That doesn't mean we get to pay for it. And also, the cruel and intentional chaos, destruction, and harm was caused by Biden admin letting in millions of illegal aliens. And stop with the family separation baloney. Many families have been separated by the horrific murders by illegal immigrants. Let's see, the one that hammered that poor woman's head.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm happy to make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, any comments? Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I don't think that the legal immigrant defense program should be funded with the county local dollars. The last administration let millions of people across our border unvetted, and we're spending our local tax dollars defending people who are being deported. Our dollars should be focused on infrastructure and core county functions, not picking up the legal tab of deportees. That's not our role. And so for that reason, I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
Any other requests to comment? Okay. Seeing none, we have a motion, a second. Please vote.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on to item 17. This is continued from March 24th, establishing a framework for Board of Supervisors ad hoc subcommittees that demonstrates transparency. I'll turn it over to Supervisor Anderson to introduce the item. Then we'll go put a public comment and then board discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the March 3rd board meeting, I expressed my interest in having a uniform process for board's ad hoc subcommittee meetings. This process should include notifying the public of issues that will be discussed through posted agendas by providing the public with an opportunity to attend the subcommittee meetings and to view recordings of the meetings, and to have access to materials used in those meetings as well as the meeting minutes. The ad hoc subcommittees I've been involved with, including the Fiscal and Transparency and Accountability Subcommittee, that Chair Pro Tem Gary and I have co-chaired. We've had 2 meetings so far and made sure that the public access to the meeting and other information through the county-hosted website. It's important for the public to know what we do at the same level of access that they would have during a normal board meeting. While it's not covered under the Brown Act, we never want to do anything behind closed doors that lead to board letters and lead to how the county thinks. This item directs the clerk of the board to draft amendments to Board Policy B74 or draft a separate policy if necessary to provide clear rules and guidelines for all future ad hoc subcommittees to follow. I'm also recommending that CAO create and update a county website where the public can go and easily access all ad hoc subcommittee information, particularly when important policy decisions are being developed by those subcommittees. That's essentially what it is. I just want to see more transparency. I know that we all work very hard and we should get the credit for our hard work. Those ad hoc committee meetings are extra work that we do above and beyond servicing our communities. And I think it's important that the public sees the great work my colleagues are doing.
Okay, thank you so much. Any public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 11 requests to speak on this item, 6 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment in support. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 17 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, allegedly Audra, Andrea Ebbing, and Cesar Javier.
Talk about comedy shows. I mean, we should just film you guys. I mean, it is filmed. But if people just watch this, it's like, you don't even need to go to the movies because you guys sit here. We're going to be transparent. We're going to have accountability. We're going to make sure people know what we're doing here. Oh gosh, you guys are so good at pulling wool over people's eyes and making them think that that's what you're doing, because it doesn't matter if you do it out in the open, behind closed doors. The same stuff happens. I mean, you guys are exploiting anybody and everybody that you can, right? Like the homeless, children. You rip families apart and give them awards for it. Like, you literally give child traffickers awards for child abuse prevention month. Oh my God, it is hilarious. Oh my gosh, like, let's give you guys an award.
I'd like to invite for the remaining speakers in person, Consuelo, Mark, and Michael Brando.
I'm Andrea Ebbing, and I think if we do this, it would be great to have like a searchable, like if we could search, have within the framework, a way for people to search for keywords discussed at the meetings. That's super important, because when people are looking through, it's difficult to like pinpoint the day. That would really help with transparency. And then also accountability, so we can go back and see what was discussed. So if something was reportable, and as mandated reporters, you said, oh geez, you know, gosh, we're contracting with dope dealers. Like, I don't mean the harm reduction. That is also contracting with addicts, but that's a separate thing, which she was touting her relationship with Samar Stefan, that she was untouchable. And I think Amy Knox is the one that blew whistle. Can't believe they housed me with her. I got a lot of information. I already shared it with Voice of San Diego. But I just want to say that searchable keywords and mandated reporting checks is good. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I use the name Michael. Bravo, Joel. Again, this is another item that sounds wonderful on the surface, but when you've seen what's gone on over here for the last 6 years, transparency and accountability, ha, 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 ha. What about honesty and decency? There were people here in the chambers today that came up to us and were talking with us, and they were laughing at Joel. They could not believe someone would sit on this dais and scroll through his phone. and not even engage the speakers. So how can someone like what you present yourself as be bringing forward transparency and accountability? Of course, it sounds great on the surface, but it's more smoke and mirrors. I liked how you called Audra a parliamentarian extraordinaire, Tara. I do appreciate you recognizing for her participation.
Final call for Consuelo.
Okay, Consuelo, so yeah, again, such hypocrisy. If the people who showed up here every blue moon got to see how you handled business on a regular basis, this bullshit racket would not stand. The system continues to work, and you got the divisiveness down to a craft. You cater to the ones not paying attention, but the ones who call you out, and they keep their eyes on you, you continually ignored. And Monica, I noticed you giving me the evil eye back there. That's why I had to fix my lipstick. Yeah.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
All bold, excuse me, having all agendas and other information about ad hoc committees in one place would surely be a great improvement to how local government does business. It would make research easier, increase transparency, and promote public discourse and hopefully more good ideas. And I do not think that any supervisor belongs on these committees. Either in nature, let's not prejudice the discussion by your overbearing or possibly intimidating presence, which also adds an ill-advised political stench to the discussion. It's also a bit of a conflict of interest. In fact, more than a bit, and possibly that's why you want to vote against it. But anyway, it might be a bit expensive, but I think it's well worth it.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's truth. Absent Joel only took a month and a half to get an item on the agenda. Wow. It was about transparency, so we weren't in a rush for that, right? Other than the fake one that happened earlier, right? I can't say Manuela or Joel are trusted partners because neither of you have any credibility or obviously any self-respect at all. Manuela, Joel, and Tara using our public special events trust fund to funnel money to their private campaigns says everything anyone ever needs to know about this corrupt board and the word transparency. They do not relate or equate. Transparency to progressives is just like cockroaches and communists. They fear the light. They gather so much filth in every disingenuous action they dig themselves into, they become paranoid and defensive and end up deflecting until they explode and fall, just like Nathan and Nora. And that's why, Tara, you're next, and your new baby excuse isn't going to save you from your quid pro quos. There is no transparency here. I couldn't even find a county webpage on the ad hoc committees or who was on them. Disgusting. Why don't you?
Thank you. We'll hear from the final caller.
Yeah, let's just stop pretending that you guys are controlled by the union, because what I learned about PAC information, like all the money that you raise, you get 15% back from them. At the same time, they encourage you to use particular petitioners. And those petitioners do what is called the cottage house, which is basically fill out information that they could go ahead and fight in to guarantee that their ballots will be, or their petitions will be counted. I mean, hell, we could probably look at that through statistics, and it would clearly point that out. But we want to go ahead and pretend this shit doesn't happen, right? We want to pretend and keep on with this illusion that this shit isn't happening. Still trying to figure out how to handle me, huh? I know you are. But clearly I'm showing the fact that I got over the loop, figured it out. I'm much more calm.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. So I want to just kick it off. I want to say I agree that it would be great to have sort of more standardized frameworks on our subcommittees and our ad hoc subcommittees, and kind of just really figure out how to be more transparent to the public, but also just more standardized in the framework. But I actually think my kind of core problem with this is it's a little bit piecemeal. So I think if you just back up, when I was looking at this, we have 3 types of bodies. We have these advisory committees, then we have these standing committees, and we have ad hoc committees. And this only addresses the ad hoc committees. But I think one of the big kind of operational challenges that I think need to be addressed as we kind of put together a policy framework is we also have to look at the intersection and the relationship between ad hoc committees and standing committees, and what is appropriate to be a standing committee versus what is appropriate to be an ad hoc committee, because I think that's where we've had, frankly, some challenges. Like a lot of things I think we have committees or ad hoc committees that probably should be standing committees. And then we have to look at, okay, well, if we have standing committees and we have ad hoc committees, what are the differences between them, and making sure that we have rules that make sense for both. So the board letter that my colleague brought focused only on the ad hocs. Totally agree, it's a gap, and we definitely need to address that. But I think it's hard to do that in a vacuum, because then we'll kind of continue to end up with this piecemeal approach. So I do want to kind of put out there, I feel like you beat me to the punch. I've been kind of thinking about this for a while, about this kind of challenge operationally with all of our committees, and that it's not coherent, and when you have what kind and what the rules are that govern each of them. So I do appreciate your leadership, even if you beat me to the punch, so maybe I don't 100% appreciate, no, just kidding. I do appreciate your leadership. I think we were going in the same direction, but I wanted to, I was hopeful that we could expand the scope of this to basically come back and have County Council not only address the transparency requirements on the ad hocs, but look at the standing committees and when you would need a standing committee versus when you would need an ad hoc, and what are the appropriate transparency frameworks for each of these. Because I think all of this is, frankly, hasn't been clear to a lot of folks. People who said they're looking on the website for committees. I think I've gotten that as well from my district. So that does not seem an outlier challenge. So anyway, of course, as you know me, I have all sorts of language, but before even putting it forward, I was wondering if you would be kind of conceptually interested in taking a bite at this all at once and having County Council come back to us with a sort of a broader framework around transparency for all of our kind of committees.
So when you're thinking standing committee, the distinction I was trying to draw is between what's already under the Brown Act and what's not under the Brown Act. So when you say a standing committee, are we talking about a committee of 2 or fewer members, or are we talking about 3 members? Because the Brown Act's already there. So this is to fill the gap on committees, and I said ad hoc because I'm not sure what a standing committee we have. But if it's only 2 members, this is for the non-Brown Act meetings. So broadening it to that, I think will get you where you want to go, and I agree with you. But because we don't have the Brown Act, we had 2 different approaches to ad hoc. And in really, it wasn't about ad hoc, it was about a meeting of fewer than a majority of the board.
I'd love to ask council, sorry to put you on the spot, but I think one of the challenges is that my understanding is that there are certain types of committees that we've currently categorized as ad hoc that have 2 members, but even though they have 2 members, they probably should be standing committees and not ad hoc committees, either because the topic is of long duration, and it would make sense for the committee to stick around and it not just be, topical for a couple months, or because it has members that have been identified as opposed to ask that are of the public, even if it only has 2 members of the board. So I actually, sorry, not to put you on the spot, Damon, but my understanding is that, yes, there's some standing committees that we don't have. By the way, we don't really have any of them.
We haven't announced any.
Yeah,
It's just been a couple
so
ad hoc.
and then there's some committees that if we had 3 of us, then of course it's a Brown Act committee. Like, we all know that. We don't have any.
So essentially what I'm asking for is in the non-Brown Act committees. So however we define them, what I'm asking for is that you don't have to take public input in the sense of speakers, because it's not required, but you have to give them a mechanism in which they can send their ideas so that we're not cutting off the public, they're part of it, that we are capturing whatever's said in the meetings because we're doing the work in the public. Otherwise, you're just doing a board letter together and you don't require it. And if there's 3 of you, well, that's a Brown Act, so you're not doing that. So what we're doing is just making the process public. And then, of course, having it on the website, people can go there and see. I know you all worked hard on your ad hoc committee, but it created a lot of brouhaha in the sense that nobody knew who you spoke to, nobody knew about your minutes, nobody had access to any of that, and yet it produced board letters. Let's just take the mystery out of it. Whether you have the meetings here or have it in your office, as long as people have access to it. Certainly, we went through a few years there with Zoom meetings, so it's not impossible to do, but I don't know why any of us would want to do something clandestinely and not let the public know what we're doing, because we're working awfully hard, and we should get the credit for our good, hard work.
I hear what you're saying. I think that all makes sense. I'm just looking at some of the red lines I'd made to your amendment or to your proposal.
And this is, the CAO and County Council are going to come back with some items. What I'm worried about is sometimes people, even though they could be transparent, they choose not to be. And so I wouldn't want County Council coming back and saying, well, I don't know if it's a good idea that we post it on the website. I want to make sure that we're absolutely transparent.
Sorry, say that again.
We're under no obligation to go this far with transparency, but we should. So I'm proposing that we go this far. I'm not interested in going backwards. I'm not interested in any more closed session meetings where nobody gets any access to the thinking. It's not right that we have any kind of committee hearing that people don't have access to.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. I think we're not completely talking about the same issue. I'm talking about sort of scope of what I would like them to look at, because there was this work that the clerk did, that Andrew did in 2023 that resulted in changes to our administrative manuals, but it was never incorporated into board policy. So that was that's its own little lane. And then we have this other lane where if you just say these ad hocs, it doesn't necessarily, I will just say from my own perspective, I don't think we have a good framework that really puts these different kinds of committees in conversation with each other and says, okay, these are these different kinds of committees. These are the rules that govern them. This is when it's appropriate to have them. This is when a committee is an ad hoc versus when it's a standing committee. And I think what rules govern the ad hocs is relevant to, is something a standing versus an ad hoc. That is the core of what I'm getting here. Yeah. So what I would really like, I'll bring a different item if I have to, but I think what would be more efficient, instead of me bringing another item in a month, asking them to do a parallel lane of work, on the same topic, but that's not exactly the same because it's slightly different, but it's like intersecting. I kind of wanted to see if we could put these pieces together and say, hey, County Council, can you come back, look holistically at these issues, take into account all these things. You have like A, B, C, D, all of these are fine. But let's look at it holistically, like what all these different committees do. And then make sure that we have the rules are applicable in like a reasonably standardized way that makes sense for the different kinds of committees. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
I agree with you. I think that we're talking the same language, different language, same concept. So forget ad hoc. What I was really trying, because all we have today is ad hoc, that's why I use the term ad hoc.
Yeah.
Forget that. Any committee that's not under the Brown Act would be under these rules. That's my point. So that no matter how you call, whether you call it a tall committee or a short committee, a skinny committee or a fat committee, at the end of the day, if it's 2 board members and they have hearings, those hearings have to be made public through our county website so people can see what our experts have come in. Every one of us have had panels and experts come in and present to us. Those presentations should be available to the public. And all I'm saying is, it's so easy to come in here, have the meeting, have the public, and it's recorded. It can go to the website, they can see it. You know, my meetings with Nora are still on the website. You can still get access to it. It's a sense of history. And I also get that you can't have 1,000 people show up and get, we don't have bandwidth for it. That's what our regular board meetings are. But they can certainly email us or send us a letter. They certainly can call and leave a message with our staff. I still want that input because some of the people that we chose as speakers were driven by the public because somebody said, hey, did you know this person's really an expert in that area? We did a little research. Turns out that they were absolutely right, and somehow they had slipped through the cracks. And we want the best people coming before us. But whether you call it an ad hoc or a standing committee, the fact of the matter is you have 2 members and it doesn't fall under the Brown Act. It should fall under this, whatever this is. But I think that people need to have that access. I don't think it's difficult. I think it's easy for us to do. But I don't want to get caught up that if it's called an ad hoc on a Tuesday at noon, but it falls on a leap year, the rules are different than if it's a standing committee. It doesn't matter. If 2 members are working on that, on whatever it is, if 2 members are working on it, then they would have to fall under this. I don't care whether the CAO wants to do it, the clerk, or whomever, or they all can work on it together. It's not that difficult. The fact is, either we want to be transparent or we just want to talk about it.
Can I ask a question? Thank you. Let me ask a question and then sort of I'd love to present the way that I drafted this. Super open to not sticking to the specific language here. I just tried to take a stab at it so we could have something to jump off it. But just a question before I do that. You have the only thing that like really raised a question for me is like B. I don't know if you want to look at your B, which was
What does it say?
It says
I don't have it before.
Oh, it's okay.
Sorry
Conduct
about that.
all advisory committee and subcommittee meetings in accessible public location. So that was the only one because I did see a lot of the way that you guys streamed online, which I thought was great. But that's really different than kind of like the security implications of having people come and potentially testify. So that was really, of all of these, the only one that seemed like a departure from what you've been talking about like streaming or posting agendas.
So, you know what? If it's going to take extra security, I am totally good switching that to Facebook Live. We would just record it. You could go. You could have the meeting in our board meeting.
That was the one that flagged that it might be operational costs. Okay.
Because I just want to make sure that people can go to the website, they can see it, or they can see it in real time. And we've had people call in while they're watching our meeting to give additional information, and sometimes my staff forwards it because it's pertinent. Sometimes they don't.
That's cool.
So, you know what, I'm totally good with it, in that also will keep the cost down.
That's
There's
what
no
I was a little
additional
concerned
security.
about. If
Yeah,
you're,
makes good
you could
sense.
have like it could become quite expensive. So again, I did my best here. Andrew, you think you have the amendment that we wrote? Yeah. Again, this is like open, this is not, I don't feel super attached to these words. I just tried to take a cut at what it would look like to like expand the scope. It's go down. I mean, we should read the whole thing, but you can see how to, I said like conduct all advisory committee and subcommittee meeting. Oh, we should cross out B, Andrew, because that was the one I just asked him about, if you could cross that out. But just you can see how everywhere you had subcommittee, I just like added, right? Advisory committee, and subcommittee.
If there was any doubt that you went to law school, we're past that today. And I mean that as a compliment. I think mine was like 7 sentences.
Sorry. I mean, that's why I wanted to put it, they're the same things kind of over and over, right? We can pause, I'm not in a hurry. I just figured I was gonna I was working on something anyway.
Is the underline changes?
The underlines are the changes, yeah. We were working on something anyway and had been kind of cooking it for a while, and just lots of other, whatever, pigs in the pot, I don't know what the saying is, so hadn't brought it. So I figured we're gonna bring something eventually, so why not try to get all the pieces lined up today? Understanding that there's a lot of pieces.
You're adding so much more in, I don't think it has to be this difficult.
I mean, I'm fine with that too. I mean,
You two are just going back and forth, and we'd like to weigh in as well, but this is way too big of a change to deal with today.
well, the motion is for county council to bring this back, just to be clear. It's not a motion to adopt anything. All of this is a motion for county council to come back. As options, but not as like locked in. But if this is too much, I hear you all. I just figured we're gonna end up with like
You've turned it into a board meeting. All I want is transparency. I wasn't looking to tell you how to run your committee, other than it needs to be transparent.
I mean, I think what I don't want to be the only one talking here. We can move on to other board comments. I think what I would say is I think this is going in a great direction. I just think we're going to end up with like multiple pieces of legislation and policies that are contradictory, and it would make a lot more sense to ask county council, because that's what it does, right? We're not saying go adopt something or put something in motion. It says county council, go take all these ideas under consideration and come back so we could then adopt it. But I will stop, and I will turn it over to Supervisor Desmond and then Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp.
Well, I'm overwhelmed with what's been presented here. That it's the end of the day-ish, and my brain just can't absorb all of these changes that have been put. I'd like to recommend that maybe you and Joel come back with something that you think you're aligned with, but trying to parse this all out today is, I liked what Joel brought forward, actually, and I thought it made sense. It wasn't too complicated, but I can't absorb all of this right here today, and I don't want to vote on the amendment just because I can't absorb it right now. So I don't know if you want to table this or bring it back or whatever, but but I don't even know how to vote on this damn thing.
Let me go to Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, and then we can go to Supervisor Anderson.
Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson, for bringing it forward. Certainly, we need a framework. I won't go through my past experience, but I think because it was a body of 9, it was a bit easier to have a committee structure because 4 wasn't a quorum. So you could have a bunch of committees and not have to worry about a quorum, but of course, everything was Brown Act compliant. And we are a Brown Act compliant body, which is why sometimes it's hard when we bring a lot of changes to the dais, because we can't talk about them before we get here. But this is also just a part of our job, right? Like a lot of folks are, doing this stuff per diem and not getting paid to do this and don't have 15 staff to go through stuff. So, this is like part of what we do, and I think if we have ideas, this should be a forum to bring them forward. I will say that what I am hearing from the chair is that we actually just don't have any type of framework for any of the types of committees that we bring forward. And so maybe just diving deeper into those definitions, making sure those are clear so that we can make sure what rules apply to what type of committee. The only reason why I say that is because just one thing that I was thinking about as reading and listening is that this is sort of a hybrid, right? Like we want the public to be able to see it, but we're not necessarily giving a forum for them to do public comment.
Yep.
So for me,
there is not verbal,
okay, written, but for me traditionally, that is not necessarily a problem, but it's not. I think there is something to say about the accountability in real time for public comment. So if that's what we're going for, then
no,
no, go ahead.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
But no, they're not experts. That's not. They have their say at our board meetings, and that's where their expertise gets displayed. All we're doing is letting them peek behind the sheet and see who we're talking to and what information we're gathering so that they have a better understanding. I look at these ad hocs and other subcommittees as information gathering. We're doing a deeper dive. Instead of having 5 board members have a 2-hour seminar on how we do a transaction, 2 of us are. And then we're going to report back to you, and with recommendations, so it'll be in board letters, just like you all did, but we all didn't have to sit through it. So it allows us to be more powerful. But
so I support that. I will just say, I truly believe, and we've already gone back and forth about this in other forums, but I just, the way that I saw it was pretty much the same thing. 2 board members synthesizing information, and that's what the board letter and this forum is for. And so, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with setting up an infrastructure in this way. I just truly think that because we cannot make decisions as 2 board members, then it has to be transparent, because 2 board members can't move anything forward without the full body. And so that's why it wasn't, we weren't maybe seeing, or we don't necessarily see the current structure the same way, but anywhere we can put a framework and provide and give infrastructure, then I am okay with it. And I'll go with the body as far as what we want to do here, because moving something forward I think is good. It may be a lot. What I see is mostly just expanding to any kind of committee, well, not any kind, but those here, advisory committee and subcommittee.
Any committee that doesn't meet the full Brown Act.
That doesn't need to be Brown Act compliant. And that's basically what I see.
I think 2 things that I was suggesting. One is expand, and second, come back, giving us not just necessarily a like one approach, but say, hey, here's a couple different ways you could skin the cat. Some different options, because it could be trade-offs. I'm going to make a motion.
I'm going to move mine forward, with the exception on B, that we take security concerns seriously about it, so that if you want to have the meeting, as long as it was televised, and you want to do it in the board meeting, where we already have the telecommunication equipment and record it there, that's fine. So that way we could address your concerns, but that would just be one of the options that we can choose from. So that's the board letter I'm presenting. So it's essentially what I've given you all, except for I'm taking into consideration the security aspects of not having to have a bunch of sheriffs here because too many people showed up and there's concern. But that way people get the chance to see it. They get in real time if they want to text, not text, but call the office or email us. They can do that if they have a question if the question's germane and you want to ask it, you can do it. But all I can think of is we had incredible speakers and we had panels when Nora and I went through that, and you can go back and hear their testimony now. Now I will tell you, it had to do with AI, so it's pretty old because that lasts about 6 weeks and then everything's changed. But
can I get clarity though from you, Supervisor Anderson? I think, I mean, I'd love to support this. I just want it to be broader. I wanted to, and the way it was written is just very confined to these ad hoc committees. So I acknowledge and I understand, Supervisor Desmond, that I had a lot of words, but I was just trying to implement an intent to come back with options and not just one approach, come back with options, and secondly, to expand the scope. So if y'all don't like the way I wrote a lot of words, we could pause and have county council do the same thing differently.
Well, I went ahead and made a motion. I haven't been seconded, but I made a motion to just move forward with my board letter, but emphasize coming back with options that you can work with staff with on your options, and on item B, taking consideration the security aspect. So giving us a path that there's a way to do it. And I'm not saying that it has to be in the conference room. I'm just saying that perhaps if you're not comfortable here, there's another place that we can go and do it. You know, LAFCO does it across the way. They're televised. We have a lot of areas where people can come in, testify, record it, televise it. So I'm just waiting for a second.
Okay. Well, I'll just say again, I'd love to support this, but I can't support it the way it's written. And so, maybe I'll be outvoted today, but maybe another option would be if we wanted to postpone and we could pick it up tomorrow, let people read,
I'll
think when
second
they're
the
not
motion.
too tired. So we have a set motion on the second on the floor. Superintendent, you want to talk again?
Yeah, one of the things that on the ad hoc subcommittees that well, there's a lot of things I didn't agree with, but the fact that, one of these ad hoc subcommittees, they have the authority to spend dollars and also for contract procurement. I don't know what ad hoc committee it was, I can't remember. It was late December of last year where a RFP was sent out and for potential contract with somebody to change law, state law, and that was out on an ad hoc committee. So I don't have to add it to the amendment to the motion today, but I would like to see that no ad hoc committees are not able to spend dollars, and they're not able to procure any contracts either, until that needs to come back to the board before any of those actions. So that's my 2 cents when this thing comes back, but I think the ad hoc committee should not have that authority.
Just to be clear, Supervisor Desmond, the current motion on the floor is very specific about what would be included. It's not. So do you want to include that?
I'm just, those are just comments to my on the second. So I'm not including that now. It's just a comment that as we move forward, because I don't think this is going to die here, that we take those opportunities out from the ad hoc committees, the spending dollars in contract procurements.
Madam Chair, maybe this could be two-part. We hit the transparency because that's far deeper than the transparency that I was targeting. That's more to your point of a much robust. If we just agree quickly on the transparency aspect, it's not going to impact going back deeper. You could write your board letter, go back deeper and address that much bigger structural issue that I think that you were driving for, where I just wanted to make sure moving forward that we're all unified and transparent.
Supervisor Geary.
Thank you. I was hoping to get clarity because it wasn't clear if the motion that Supervisor Anderson included your friendly amendment or not. So I'm all for more transparency. I don't disagree with the concept of streaming it or recording it so that we can actually add more input. I think that's all good. I don't know specifically what Supervisor Desmond is referring to as far as the ad hoc and the contracting, but what I would be amenable to would be to table this for tomorrow so that we could, well, at least myself, get a chance to just go through what you were proposing. It, to me, honestly sounds like you guys are talking the same thing conceptually. I just would like an opportunity to read it a little bit further and consider it tomorrow. So that would be my substitute motion to continue it to tomorrow.
Andrew Potter, if she wanted to make that motion, how would she make it so we would have to do it tomorrow instead of it like
We
going
don't have
forever?
to do that. If you want to hold it over till tomorrow, and that makes you more comfortable, I'm in the business of getting 3 votes.
So you already made a motion, so we have to do
I know,
the
but I
substitute
think I
motion.
can take my,
Yeah, Supervisor Anderson can modify his motion if he'd like.
Or withdraw.
Or withdraw it, yeah. Whatever you'd like to do.
what's the cleanest?
Andrew?
If the board wants to continue this item to tomorrow, it would be appropriate to make a motion to table this item until tomorrow's
I
session.
motion to table it.
Okay, I think that's great. I appreciate that. Do you want to accept that? You're the second.
You have to amend your own motion.
Well, it sounds like Supervisor Geary wants to second it, so, yeah, so we had
No,
a
well,
motion.
just to be clear, you have to either amend your motion or withdraw and then say.
He
you're
amended
tabling
it. He amended it. He
Or I'll
amended
just
his motion.
withdraw it. I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah.
Supervisor, with your making the motion, you can withdraw your motion with the consent of the individual who seconded it. So
I withdraw it.
Oh, man, everyone's really tired.
No, if you have to agree with the withdrawal.
Yeah.
Or else it still stands.
Man, we're talking about the Brown Act, people.
I mean, you could make us
Hey,
vote on it.
I love talking about this, and I can't wait to present tomorrow when I'm fresh.
I feel like I think everyone is tired. I am very tired. And we still have to listen to non-agenda public comment for the remainder of today. So.
And the adjournment.
And the adjournments. So if we could somehow get clarity on a motion on the floor, that would be great.
I withdrew it.
Okay.
So we're good to go tomorrow.
Okay. Do we want to start with this tomorrow? Okay. Supervisor Desmond's fired up. I think we're all gonna be much fresher eyes tomorrow. So, cool. Sounds great. So we have a motion, a second. We have to take a vote that we will start our meeting tomorrow with this item.
Chair Lawson Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry to throw a wrench in this. I didn't mean to, but I'm glad we will talk about it tomorrow when we are not tired. That's like your Gen Z amendment. Okay. Please, we'll move to non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson Remer. We have 5 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 2 individuals in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward Andrea Ebbing and Parita Javier. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We'll give the individuals that requested to speak by phone a moment to dial in. And we'll begin with our first caller.
Henry O here. Yeah, that was a crazy meeting today, man. Yeah, I had a question on the background. I was wondering why the Jewish DA or the lawyer was talking about the genocide in Armenia, when Israel's got the genocide going right now. I was just saying, well, she's like a Jew, right? So he was talking about their genocide. Maybe she should talk about Israel's genocide. That would be a more appropriate topic to address. And then also, I would like to know if the one lady in the South County by the Tijuana River, was she an anchor baby? Was she like born in, she said she was born in the United States, but she grew up in Mexico? Is she like a dual citizenship, or is she an American, or is she an anchor baby? I'd like to hear her explanation on that topic. That'd be kind of cool. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, not seeing any additional individuals in the call queue. That concludes a request for non-agenda public communication for this session.
Okay, I guess our commenters were also tired. So we will go to the adjournments in memory.
That's nice of you. That's nice of you.
Hold on, let me check. Let me triple check. Yes, you're up. You're the first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of the fallen highway workers throughout San Diego County in the state of California. Their labor, skill, and sacrifice have helped build, maintain, and protect the roadways that would connect our communities. Every day, highway workers endure dangerous conditions to build and maintain our public roads. They work beside fast-moving traffic in changing lane patterns during night operations and near heavy equipment, all while helping keep our transportation system safe and functioning. The contributions of our highway workers are essential. Highway workers repair pavement, improve bridges, install safety features, respond to emergencies, and preserve the roads that families, workers, first responders, and businesses rely on every single day. They perform this public service with courage, professionalism, and quiet dedication. Here in San Diego County, highway workers have helped shape and maintain major transportation improvements that ensure the safety and mobility across our region. Their legacy is evident in the work on I-5 North Coast Corridor, including complete improvements from Solana Beach to Oceanside, as well as major safety and infrastructure investments on I-5, I-805, and SR-78, and continued efforts to improve corridors such as SR-67, which are critical during emergencies and evacuations. Today, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. In this adjournment, we also recognize the work zone safety is a shared responsibility. The best way to honor our fallen highway workers is to drive cautiously, stay alert, eliminate distractions, reduce speeds, and carefully follow all posted signs whenever we enter a work zone. The fallen highway workers we honor today have left behind a legacy of service written into every safer lane, repaired roadway, and completed project that move our county forward. Each fallen highway worker is deeply missed by their family, friends, coworkers, and the communities they serve. Their sacrifice will continue to inspire all of us to honor public service in all its forms and to respect those who keep our roads safe. We express our deepest sympathies to those who have passed, and by this adjournment, memorialize them for a lifetime of contributions to the San Diego County and state of California, and to all that have traveled our highways. And now I'd like to ask my colleagues to join me in closing this moment in silence, honoring all the distinguished highway workers we have lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final adjournment in memory will be presented by Supervisor Desmond in memory of Tom Curtis.
Thank you. It is both gratitude and sadness that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Thomas Curtis, a cherished member of the Lake San Marcos community who passed away last month. Tom was 88 years old and lived a full and meaningful life of service both to his country and his community. He proudly served as a captain in the United States Army and later dedicated 27 successful years to his career at AT&T. Even in retirement, Tom remained active playing tennis and golf and building lasting relationships through 50 years in real estate. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Tom was deeply engaged in the San Marcos Kiwanis Club, and especially he enjoyed the pancake fundraisers. Tom's commitment to community safety and quality of life was evidenced through his service on the Lake San Marcos Security Board of Directors, as well as his instrumental role in getting speed bumps installed on the busy San Pablo Drive, which is in the unincorporated area of San Diego County. He will be remembered for his dedication, service, and positive impact. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife of 34 years, Joanne, and his family. May he rest in peace.
Okay. Thank you all very much. We will reconvene tomorrow morning.
Board is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026.